Welcome to the kitchen. We're back. We're back. It's time for baking. Congratulations to Esiclis for being the official first, even though Seamus was camping here since before we started. To Maria for being our official second, and Seamus is our official third. Hello also to Fantacorn. Hi, Bedril. I appreciate the lurk. Hello, Kissy. I just gotta keep scrolling. Hi, Carrie. Hi, Redwing. You're here for chocolate and baking. Let's go. I'm here for chocolate and baking. Hi, Corey. I hope your Wi-Fi gets better. Hi, Jazz Waifu. I hope my voice and my lips are matching, because on my end it looks like there is a delay between what I say and what I see on DroidCam, which could be a Wi-Fi thing. I have no idea. So if there's a disconnect, let me know and I'll try to adjust the delay somehow. Maybe it seems to be matching for you. Perfect. That's all that matters. Haven't been here in forever, but Chocolate Dreams sounds so good. You had to come and see? Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. You be here when you can be here, right, Maria? And I know you're across the pond, which makes it even harder. And I am, of course, late again today. I swear, you guys, like, I need to get my sleep under control, and then this won't be so much of an issue, because I just have not been sleeping. Like, that's the plain and simple truth. Saturday, I went to work on like 5 hours of sleep because I couldn't fall asleep. Had just like such a blur of a session with a client, and then had to go out to lunch with Seamus's parents for his dad's birthday, which normally wouldn't be an issue, but I was so tired. I was prickly. I had to do everything in my power to not be prickly and to try and be perky. Wishful thinking. 10 p.m. for me. How early is it for you? Right now, it's 3 p.m. for me, Maria. Carrie, you're streaking. You're the first naked person in chat. Let's go. Girl, waifu, went to bed around midnight, woke up at 2 a.m. because Nora kicked me in the head. You didn't fall back asleep until 8 a.m. Oh, Chaz. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's brutal. Why does the mop sounds in crime scene cleaner sound like fap? It's a good question. I didn't design the soundscape. Suspicious. But yeah, no, I was so tired yesterday. I came home, I crashed, and then I spent most of the afternoon into evening reading. Hung out in a VC for a little bit. And then my body was like, I know I've had you tired all day, but you're wide awake now. And I was like, son of a bitch. So I once again didn't get to sleep until about 4:30 in the morning, which just set everything back because I had things that have to get done on the first of the month, like paying the rent for my office space and looking into what I'm sending out for the monthly email for my business, plus all of the other things that go on. I almost forgot to do my schedule yesterday. Like, time has been a nightmare. We got a few pictures up on the wall, so you did something productive today. Perfect, Carrie. If you can do one productive thing a day, that's a good thing. You hate that, Esiclis, right? It's so frustrating. It is so frustrating. So, I'm hoping, fingers crossed, I'm getting back into walking and doing regular exercise this week. I've made an agreement with a friend of mine. We're going to help hold each other accountable. We're getting back into it. I'm hoping that just like when I really got into it in the fall, getting into it in the spring, it helps regulate my sleep. Because I was actually starting to get to bed on time. My dopamine felt more regulated. I wasn't going through like some serious cravings of anything. I wanted to go to sleep. I was ready to go to sleep. Getting up at more reasonable hours, I felt more productive. So I'm really hoping I can get back into those habits relatively easily and see good progress forward. And then the bonus side effect should be that I drop some of the weight that I don't want to be carrying. My one productive thing today was going to grocery shopping. Ugh. And and slowly restock your freezer. Thanks again, Percy. Oh, Percy. Yeah. Oh, God, I hate grocery shopping. We had them delivered today. Fingers crossed for habits. Fingers crossed for habits, Esiclus. We gotta... Oh, I read that. I read that from Gary. Yeah, it's actually cooler out today. It's only 31 Fahrenheit, which is probably like around -1 Celsius. It's right around 0. It's right around 0. It might be like -0.5 Celsius. I'm not entirely sure. Hi, Hera. You're early. You're early, little girl. Yeah. Yeah, is that so? She has a lot to tell me, apparently. What? What? You want uppies, don't you? Fine, before we get started, you can have uppies. Warm days ahead. You're so right, Esiclus. I'm so excited too. It is the kitty. Uppies! Oh, what? What? I don't want you to be a parrot, Hera, okay? I do not want you to be a parrot. I know you want to be a parrot. She does. She loves to be a shoulder kitty. She really does. Hi. What? You're making it very awkward to hold you, little girl. Oh my goodness. She apparently wants to be a parrot. Oh my god. Yeah? Yeah, is this where we're going, Hera? She's adorable. She's a pain in the butt. I love her, but she's a pain in the butt. Is this what we're doing? Don't you dare get on that island. That is not for cat ass. Yeah, it's not for cat ass. Sous chef time, right? She tries. What's on that counter, Mom? Pretty much. Pretty much. She has never ruined my baking. Nope. She's just obnoxious. Why are you puffy? Why are you puffing up? Why are you all puffy, Hera? Hi. Oh, is that not the best spot? Is that better? Is that better? Are you... Oh, you're gonna lick my ear? Okay, thank you. She is a kneading expert. She is a kneading expert. Look at how puffy her tail is, though. She's all puffed up. What? Oh, you're gonna lick my face? How wonderful. Thank you for that. Hi. Oh, can you see the ceiling better? Yeah? She's very happy. She is very happy. Oh, yes. Hi. Hi, love. She is such a happy kitty, Redwing. Hi, May. Welcome in. How are you? Aw, yes. Oh, more ear kisses? Thank you. I do love you, Hera. I do. I'm gonna have to put you down, though. She is the prettiest cat, but what an attention hog. She is an attention hog. I wish Buffy would be that cute, but it only lasts for like 2 minutes, then she gets overstimmed. Yeah, Hera can be that way sometimes. Although, I think Hera is starting to recognize that Seamus and I really love it when she rolls over and shows us her tummy. Because she was laying on the toilet today while I was getting out of the shower, and she like, oop! And she rolled, hi. She rolled over onto her back, and I was like, oh, it's a tum-tum. And she rolled over more, and then as she started to come back, I was like, oh, are we all done with tum-tum time? And then she rolled back to show me her tum again. Like, anytime I said it while she was on the toilet, she would, like, show it to me. And I was like, are you starting to recognize this? I'm doing good, May. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Right? It's so good when they do it. I didn't know you had 2 cats, Esiclus. I thought you just had Percy. I love that your one cat is named Doom. Yes, you are so restless. Oh my goodness, yeah. Oh, we're going back up on the shoulder? Yeah, oh. Yeah. Oh my goodness, she just can't settle. Percy, Bunny, and Doom, you have 3. I love that. Buffy just lays on my bed. Spread Eagle looks at me like I can dare you to rub my belly. I've done it before. She attacks. Yeah, Hera will often attack too if you pet her belly. But she'll show it to you, and it's very cute. Yes, Hera, you have a very cute tum-tum. Are you enjoying this? Are you enjoying this, Hera? She is testing Jazz, 100%. Oh my lord, Hera. Oh my lord. Yeah. Is this the way we're gonna sit? It is bunghole on my face, yep. Hi. Yeah, you think you're getting on this island, but that is not happening. Look but no touch, exactly. Yes. Yes, baby. You're so funny. You're so funny. Is this Hera's stream now? I must fail because she does the back paw attack. Oh, yeah. The bunny kicks. Oh, hi. I am not exactly a fan of you smacking me in the eyeballs with your tail, girl. I wanted to take a couple pics of Boots and Mittens last week. Boots gives me chill pics. Mitty does 2 normal poses, but then insists on having a tummy up pic and giving me a wardrobe malfunction. Aw. I also don't want you to claw my neck open. Thanks. I'm gonna need you to have balance there, girl. I'm gonna need you to find your balance. Yeah. I do need a kangaroo pouch. All right, I think it's time for you to get down, Hera. No, not stay. Get down. Not on the island. Get down. Thank you. Oh. She had to be all up in the business. Do you want to show chat your tum-tum? Tum-tum. Okay. I couldn't resist. The little reach. Yeah, she thinks she owns every surface in this apartment, and she is slowly learning that she does not, in fact, own every surface in this apartment. Huh. Now I have to wash my hands again. Yes. It was worth it, but now I have to wash my hands again, little girl. Okay, you're gonna flop and show me your tum-tum on the ground. Because it's cute. Yes, you're very adorable, Hera. She's at my feet now, flopping. All right, hand washing. Because nobody wants dirty cat hair hands in their cookies. Not that she doesn't wash herself, it's just kind of the principle of the matter. She's not as clean as a soap and water scrub, you know? And I also need to get the cat fur off of my face from her tail. Just use a damp paper towel for that. Ugh. Much better. Much better, Hera. Oh, there she goes. Crazy guy, hello, welcome in. How are you? Well, we got our kitty time early today. She needed to make her presence known immediately. Immediately, yeah. I don't think she got me. Light Raid, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Saknika, but you may also hear me called Sam. I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch who does everything from bake to create to paint her nails and sometimes play games. I'm also a member of the Everbright Global Gaming and Set the Tone stream teams. And today we are in the kitchen and we are going to bake chocolate dreams, which are cookies. We just had some kitty time because Hera is being insistent and I had to rewash my hands. Welcome in, Scarlet Rose. It was kitty time, Light Wraith. Hello, how are you? How was your stream? Good, just chilling and ready for some really relaxing cooking? Heck yes. Heck yes. Let me get you that shout out, Light Wraith. Let me get you that shout out. I was lurking in your stream earlier. I was lurking while I was getting all the stuff together. I unfortunately couldn't actively participate, but it looked like you were having fun playing Final Fantasy 14. Fellow cat people here, what litter do you or your cats use? Low tracking preferable. We've tried Arm & Hammer, Fresh Step, World's Best, and Odor Lock. Oh, we use Fresh Step. We use Fresh Step, Essiclus. Stream was good. We did some more raiding in Final Fantasy 14, and you may have been very distracted. Distracted's not a bad thing. Distracted's not a bad thing. But it sounds like you had fun. That's the important thing. You guys, if you're not following Light Wraith, 10 out of 10 you should be. He's good, wholesome fun. He plays a lot of RPG games, a lot of fantasy style stuff. So if you're into that, highly recommend checking him out. Is it the light or the normal way? It is the multi-cat. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, we use the multi-cat. And I think also the heavy duty if we can't get the multi-cat. Was a bunch of fun. Excellent. If you're wondering about litter dust and litter tracking, Esiclus, we actually put like an outdoor shoe rug under their litter box, so when they step out, it takes some of the litter out of their paws. We don't smell it. That's the important part. We don't smell it. There's a sneeze tickling my nose. I think it's gone. Okay, much better. You're welcome. Thank you, Esiclus. Yeah, so I lost my train of thought. Oh, Light Wraith, if you need a raid and run, if you got to get that post-stream self-care, definitely go ahead. Don't feel obligated to stay, but if you want to stick around, if you want to hang out, if you want to be here for the baking, you are, of course, welcome, and I really appreciate you bringing your friends over. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah, so today we're going to be making chocolate dreams. And chocolate dreams are a recipe I found on the King Arthur website. They call for 16 tablespoons or 227 grams of unsalted butter at room temperature, 1.5 cups or 298 grams of granulated sugar, 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract, half a teaspoon of baker's ammonia or 1.5 teaspoons of baking powder, 1 teaspoon of table salt, 2 cups or 240 grams of unbleached all-purpose flour, and 1/2 cup or 43 grams of Dutch processed cocoa. Now, you know me, this butter, salted, because I don't buy unsalted butter at this point and then not end up using it because I just always gravitate to the salted butter. So we'll be putting less salt into the recipe itself. And I looked up baker's ammonia versus baking powder. And I said, screw it, I'm not buying something special when I can't discern from my 5 minutes of research what the big difference is, and just stuck with what I have. So I did not buy baking ammonia, but it does apparently exist. It is what it is. It is what it is. We had some good banter today, which is always a good time. It's the whole point of the stream. And after this is true, Light Wraith. Good banter is the whole point of the stream, and I agree. These have a long bake time. So unlike in the past where I would set up like a whole bunch of trays and then we would start baking, I'm gonna do a tray, put it in, and immediately go into the next tray to start working on it because they're an 18 to 20 minute bake time. Crazy guy, you're streaking 120 streams. That's amazing. That's amazing. You've been doing a lot of naked running. And Light Wraith is streaking. Hell yeah. Welcome in, King Cobra. How are you? How are you? I hope you're doing well. Kyrie, I think is what I'm allowed to call you if I remember right. Hi, Hemi Wifey. How are you? I hope you're doing well. We're also today, in reading the recipe, it was talking about making cool designs in it. And I was like, perfect. I've wanted to get these for a while and they're on sale. So these are cookie stamps. They have designs in them and we're literally going to use them to flatten the cookies. They do not cut. That is very important to note. These are not cookie cutters. They will only impart a design into the dough of the cookies. They will not cut them. So we're going to be using those to help us with flattening the cookies to make really cool designs so that they look fun. I'm excited. And we're making a double batch because of course we are. You have a streaking partner. There's technically 3 of you. Our first streaker today was it Maria? No. Who was our first streaker today? Who was the first naked person in chat? It was Carrie. Carrie was our first naked person. Kiri, got it. I am doing well. I'm excited to be baking. I'm actually like in a super baking mood this month, you guys. I originally today wanted to make Italian butter cookies for the nostalgia factor, okay? I love those freaking cookies. And then I typed it out to L&D. I was like, I'm trying to decide if I'm overcommitting myself too quickly to this cookie. And she just gave me like the GIF look, and I was like, you right. You right. So I was like, all right, if I can't do this, because her exact answer was, do you have comfort cookies you could do instead? And I was like, yeah, but I don't know that I'm in the mood for them. So I went and looked for simpler cookies, and I have shelved the Italian butter cookies until the end of this month so that they can wait a week to be part of Easter, which I think will be better because that recipe is probably going to make an absolute buttload of cookies. But I am really in the mood to bake. So this week is cookies. Next week, I'm thinking about making a tart because let me grab it. Some kind generous soul anonymously gifted me a tart pan with a removable bottom. So thank you to whoever gifted this to me off of Throne. It is out of the box, cleaned, washed, and ready to go. So I'm thinking next week will be a tart. And then the week after that, because the tart's not gonna last that long, you know, before it's eaten and gone into my tum-tum and Seamus's tum-tum, I'm thinking a cake, because we haven't baked a cake in a while. And then probably a nail art stream, so we can do at least one fun spring look together. And then it's gonna be Italian cookies. All the baking. It is fancy. It is fancy, Carrie. And it's what I've needed, because I have a tart pan, but it doesn't have a removable bottom, which means the tart has to stay in there, and that means you can't see the cute fluted edge. And I feel like that's part of the charm. So I wanted to be able to see the cute fluted edge, you know? You don't know if you've ever had a tart. I haven't had many of them, but they're really good. They're usually a little bit on the dense side because they are skinny. They're not very thick. So it's a lot of flavor packed into a little punch. But it's so good. I love them. I love them. So I'll have to pick out a really good tart recipe, and we're gonna have to make it. I'm gonna have to make it. Tarts are so good. I think my favorite will have to be the huckleberry tart that you had once, and it was phenomenal. Ooh, now you wanna try one? Recommend flavor? Any fruit flavor. Pick a fruit that you like. There's a tart out there for it. I was watching cooking shows this morning while puttering, and both of them had citrus themes. One of them did a grapefruit tart. Oh, interesting. You're crazy guys, huckleberry. Yeah, I'm partial to like chocolate cherry tarts, where you make like a chocolate crust and then you do a cherry kind of filling and stuff. I like mousse tarts. You can do really thin cheesecakes as tarts. Like the possibilities are endless. Tarts are so good. They're so good. So I'm excited to try making a tart. I've never actually made a tart before. I've just eaten them. So it'll be new. It'll be something new. I think at this point the butter is room temperature. Now, if you noticed, it calls for 16 tablespoons. One stick of butter, for the record, is 8 tablespoons, okay? I don't know if you should be able to read that. 8 tablespoons. So it's 2 sticks of butter in a recipe, AKA 1 cup. So we're gonna have 2 cups of butter for a double batch. And we are doing this all at once because the KitchenAid can handle it. I also think, based on what was happening with Hera, I need to tilt this just a little further. There we go. There we go. I'm so thirsty today, by the way, you guys, and I think it's partly the weather change. This is supposed to yield 4 dozen 2-inch cookies, which I find very important and very wonderful that they included that the cookies they're making are 2 inches. which would be diameter. So straight across. It gives you a basis to know if you're making like 3-inch cookies, because you can use, different ways to measure that. You're going to get less. And if you're deciding to make like really tiny bite-sized 1-inch cookies, you're going to get more. The fact that they give you the inch size of the cookie that they're making is really valuable information. I appreciate them for that. I really appreciate them for that. I guess Huckleberry is very hard to get a hold of. I know only one restaurant that had the Huckleberry Tice, and Huckleberry is one of those berries I haven't heard of very often. You'll plant it and grow it. You just want your Huckleberry? Yeah. I don't know anybody who has the seeds per se, but I've never looked for it either. Now, since this does call out in grams outside of the butter, which is pre-measured for me, I will weigh the ingredients out today. I will weigh them out. I think it's valuable to do, and I'm capable of doing it. Just gonna get my measuring instruments out so I can do this properly. You know what I think it is? I think something got tossed in this garbage that is just not pleasant to smell, but it's light. I think that's what's tickling my nose. Because the garbage isn't full yet, so it's not time to take it out. This is indeed my number 70 scoop, which is what I'm going to be using for measuring today. Oop. Why are we missing? Are they? They are. Okay. I was like, why am I missing some spoons on my measuring spoons? It's because they were washed. You've had elderberry. Oh, elderberry is good. An elderberry tart would probably be delicious. So we're gonna start off, since I'm gonna weigh the ingredients. Let me scroll here. I can do the overhead camera. We're skipping the first instruction, which is preheating the oven. I'll do that at the end. In a large mixer bowl, we're gonna cream the butter and the sugar for a minute just to bring them together. So we need 4 sticks of butter for double batch. And I almost forgot to take this out, but it is at room temperature at this point. I can tell based on how easy it is to like let my hand sink in and squish. It's softened. It's not hard as a rock. That's what you're looking for. Not hard as a rock. There's no eggs in this recipe, which I find fascinating. All our rise is going to come from the baking powder. They say the ammonia, the baking ammonia instead of the powder, is for better texture, but again, I couldn't discern in my 5 minutes of research a good enough reason to buy a whole other ingredient for which I have one recipe that calls for it when it also calls for baking powder. So I said, nah, fam. Nah. You know what? I may not use this. I may actually just measure, get the little bits of flour from the sifter out of there. Measure the sugar in this, weigh it. I think that's the smarter thing to do. Come on, you can do it. Is your battery dying? Scale? There we go. Unit to grams, please. Now, zero yourself out. No, don't be at 2 grams. No. It's so finicky. Zero yourself out. Zero yourself out. Zero yourself out. Zero yourself out. Okay. There we go. We are gonna need 298 times 2 is, oh gosh, 16, 9 and 9 is 18, 19, 9, 396? No, that can't be right. It's gotta be like 416. Hang on. I'm gonna double check myself because I'm usually good at quick math, but today it's not the day. 298 times 2 is 596. 596 grams of sugar. Oops, it's too much. Too much. We went overboard. That's probably too little now. Yep, by 5 grams. But it's much easier to put back in than to take out. All right, I'll be a gram over. It went from 595 to 597. I'm okay with that. In it goes. In it goes. Elderberry, sweetheart, sorry to tell you, fruit. Tastes good. That's all that matters, is that it tastes good. Yeah, it's a little hard when I'm baking to read the longer messages because I have to make my text so big. Okay, let that churn. Fix yourself. Thank you. We're gonna need... Oh, 240 grams. That becomes 480 of flour. Woo-hoo. Be back in the bowl. I've never had it chuck a whole chunk of butter out before. That's a new one. That's a new one. I want to get it out of the whisk. Okay. Very good. Most of it came out of the whisk. Ugh. Whack it off. Whack it off. Whack it out, too. Get out of there. There we go. You found an opening. Please take it. Butter. Please. My hands are clean enough for this. There we go. There we go. Smacked some up onto the gear shaft drive. I'm making you hungry and you just got here, Tamiti. You know, that's what I'm here for. How are you, love? Welcome in. Elderberry tea before and loved it. Ooh, elderberry tea also sounds very good. That also sounds very good. All right. We're going to combine the vanilla, the baker's ammonia, and salt in a small bowl. So we're going to need 2 teaspoons of vanilla. Of course, the teaspoon is one of the ones that should be over here. I'm doing good. You can absolutely share something exciting, Tamiti. We love good news. 1. 2. 100% also, you guys, if at all possible, use pure vanilla extract. Use pure extracts whenever you can. They taste way better in your baking. It makes a difference from using imitation. If you can only afford imitation, totally understand it, because pure extracts are expensive. But if you can afford it, I highly recommend it. I highly recommend it. So we need 1.5 teaspoons of baking powder. I'm actually just going to use the 1/2 teaspoon so that I don't have to dry off the 1 teaspoon. Although we really only need 3 teaspoons. Now we'll just count out 6 of these bad boys. Just count out 6 of these for baking powder, right? Baking powder, baking powder. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. And then I'm only going to use a 1/2 teaspoon of salt because I am using salted butter. Salt really is just in here to help enhance the flavor. And we're going to just use, I'm using my mixing spoon that I got the vanilla out with to mix this. I'm sure there's some scientific reason to do this. I don't know what it is. The salt will not fully dissolve. We are basically pre-activating the baking powder, so it will basically dissolve. I'm more or less looking to not see streaks of white. And to not really feel it. Okay, that should do it. Into the bowl it goes. Into the bowl. Call came in, no worries. No worries. If you didn't hear me, I said yes, absolutely share your good news. We like good news. And now we're gonna beat till smooth. So we're gonna let it go. We're gonna let it go. Let it do its thing. Put this back here. Just to get it out of the way. Don't wad up in the mixer. Beat till smooth. Well, that looks pretty darn smooth. That looks pretty darn smooth indeed. You got a newer car, let's go! That's so exciting, Tamiti. That's so exciting, good for you. Congratulations. What, Hera? No, no, no. You had your uppies already, and now I'm in the middle of baking. That's not how this works. It really is. It always amazes me how just a little bit of extra liquid smooths things out sometimes. Just scraping off as much of this as I can before I whack the rest of it off. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's whack off the rest of it because we're not going to be using this again. Get in there. Okay, set this over here. Mobility, extra mobility, yeah. Now you can come visit us, right? It's a van. I never go for vans. And I fell in love. I'm truly becoming a stereotypical soccer mom now. Fia wants to show it off to everyone. Fia likes your van. That's amazing, though. That's amazing. You gotta be able to transport the family. Hi, Kissy. I have said whack it off for years. I've said whack it off for years. There's merch with that on there. There's merch with that on there. That is a permanent phrase around here. But only when baking. All right, 240 grams of flour. Ugh. What? Yeah, I see you. I do, but it's baking time now, little girl. Yeah, speaking of the phrasing though, before I forget, we are going to tone down some of the spiciness of the channel. Because as funny as it is, and as much as I enjoy it, we're going for what, 480? 480. I want to be more brand appropriate. I would like to be more appealing to brands, and so we're going to have to not be quite so specific and explicit. And the best example I can give you guys is that 12 Days of Christmas that you were writing in chat over the Christmas cookies. That was very inappropriate. Very funny, but very inappropriate. We're gonna tone that back a little bit. We're not gonna get quite that over the top anymore. And not only is it so that I can be a little bit more brand appropriate, have an easier time potentially securing that sort of thing, but it's also because one of the boundaries I have learned from doing massage is that it doesn't take a huge opening for a problematic creeper or parasocial person to just latch on and be like, opening. Here's the opening. I can do this, that, and the other thing. So we're going to nip that in the bud too, since the community is growing and I want to keep it safe. Yeah, it's more appropriate for Discord rather than stream chat. Yeah. And sponsorship opportunities are really important. You need an RV to come travel to us, Tommy T. That's also a possibility. Yeah, Light Wraith. So I've been discussing it privately with people for a little bit on making sure I clarified my thoughts, because that's important. If I can't clarify my thoughts, I can't give adequate instruction to the mods on how to help temper things. But I also, needed to be able to explain it to you guys. And it's not like we're getting rid of the spiciness altogether. I'm still gonna make the that's what they said, that's what she said, that's what he said kind of jokes. I'm certainly not gonna not say whack it off, because that's exactly what we're doing. It just, for whatever reason, everything sounds inappropriate when you say it out loud for baking. Licking the spoon sounds inappropriate. I think because our minds are in the gutter. It's not, it just sounds like it. So we're not gonna be like super policing everything, but we are going to be mindful. A spoon. I need a spoon, speaking of. So as long as it's not explicit, we should be okay. But if something comes up as we're all figuring out the lines together, I will let you know. 86. I need 86 grams. And of course, if you have questions, if you're not sure if something's appropriate, feel free to ask privately, and somebody will let you know if they think that that's okay, or if it's crossing a line, or Oh, come on. Go back down to 86, you bum. You bum. Thank you. It was like, I don't care how much you're taking out of me. It's just going to stay at 87. Looked up the difference between baking powder and baking ammonia, and the ammonia just makes the baked goods slightly more crisp. Okay. I like a chewy cookie, so I don't think I need that. But be more mindful of what I said and how it may come across. Yeah, exactly. Yep, how it may come across, exactly. And I'm sure I'm gonna screw up too, because naturally I'm a very spicy person, so you'll catch me correcting myself. And I'm definitely not changing the fact that I'm spicy overall. I'm just gonna try to not bring it into stream as much. If you've noticed, I've also been trying to control my language a little bit, because using fuck like candy at a parade is not helpful for brand sponsorships either. My mind has permanent residence in the gutter, but it pretends to be normal. That's where mine is too, Tommy D, if not under the gutter. My mind is permanently half in the gutter. I just don't let it show that much. Yeah. Yup. Yup. We all have, like, we're all capable of it, because we've all worked in the public sector where you can't make those jokes. We just, I think, forget when we're on Twitch, unless we're in a community that says otherwise, because this is largely an adult space and it's not work or professional environment technically, and we just want to have fun until, you know, it is a little bit of a professional environment for the streamer, who still wants to have fun, mind you. I'm just mixing the cocoa and the flour together preemptively before I send it through the sifter. There we go. That'll help. Get my sifter out. Ooh. Aye, Captain. I appreciate you guys. It's something I've always been mindful of myself. I definitely try to be careful to not go too wild, even tag as 18 plus, although I doubt get many under 18. See, I tag as 18 plus so that when somebody casually reveals that they're under 18, everybody knows that they're going bye-bye. I worked as at a country club for a while around kids and such, so I've got a lock on my language and brain. Yeah, and I've never really had to work around kids, so... Do you have any particular brand? I do. I want to reach out to King Arthur Flour. I really, I love their products. I've used plenty of them. I've kind of loosely been looking at their website. I see that you have to apply to be an affiliate first before you can reach out for brand sponsorship, so I've got to do that process. But I think they're more geared towards understanding like Instagram influencers or YouTubers, and not so much the live streaming experience. So I've got to figure out how to word that when I do apply, and then email. And then I want to reach out to Nordic Ware, because I use a lot of their bakeware for stuff. I really like their products. So those are the two brands that I'm looking at right now. And at least as far as my baking streams go, I think I have the numbers to make a convincing argument. Because you guys seem to enjoy watching me bake as much as I enjoy doing the baking, which I appreciate. I appreciate that immensely. And I'm glad you enjoy it. That's enough sifted. The rest of the chunks can just get in there. I'm sure somebody out there just cringed. That's why I try using Dang It when in VC with more PG streamers. Yeah, absolutely, Kags. Absolutely. Smart. I bet there's some opportunities in that realm. I think so. I think so, Light Wraith. All right, we're going to pre-mix this because I don't want it to flow back into my face in a powdery poof of suffocation. Ugh. I'm basically just getting it to preemptively stick to the butter, sugar, vanilla mixture here, so that it's already dampened the dry ingredient a little bit, so that it doesn't whoosh. Because been there, done that multiple times, because I keep thinking that maybe this time it won't do it, and then it does. And I'm like, you fool! You fool. 3 to 5 minutes. So while it mixes, I'm gonna put some of this stuff away. Suffocation, no breathing. That's such a good song. I do enjoy that song. I forget who sings it, but I like that song. Couldn't tell you the name of it either, by the way. I know what you're referencing. That's how I do music. Put that there. Put that there. This goes over here, because this clears the deck too for doing the rest of what I need to do. Oh, that dough looks good. That dough looks amazing. Ugh. I don't know if I showed you guys this. I actually bought recently, again, because it was on sale. Ugh. The King Arthur Baking Companion, which has some like really yummy sounding breads and stuff in there. Because I do want to get into bread making, and I want to try to do it on stream. It's just I'm figuring out the logistics of what do we do while the bread rises twice. Spoon can go over here. Set that behind me so it's out of the way. These can sit up here. Wipe up all of my dry ingredient floof. Oh, mo better. That looks pretty good. It's got to have been at least 3 to 5 minutes, right? You want to make bread sometime too? I've made bread before, just never on stream, because I don't know what to do for the rise process. I was wondering if maybe I would be okay like playing Plate Up and we could do a breakfast run or something while we wait for things to rise. Like if that would be a good in between. If chat's really chatty, I mean, we could just chat during it. Sometimes you guys are very chatty. Sometimes you're very lurky, and I will never begrudge you for either. I just want you to enjoy stream, and however that is how you do it. Could it go for a little longer? It's almost a little grainy. I'm gonna let it go for a little longer. See if it smooths out some. See if maybe it's just gotta work the sugar in a little bit more. We weighed everything that we needed to weigh, so I know there's the right amount of flour and sugar and cocoa in there. And butter, because of the way butter works here in the US. May I have missed my previous message? Let me know if you'd like any help. I have some experience getting sponsors for things. Oh, I appreciate that, Kiri. I will definitely keep that in mind. I will definitely keep that in mind. What? What? You can just sort of see the little girl over here crying. What? Yeah? Yeah? Hi. It's not Uppy's time. It's not Uppy's time. Oh my God. She is hanging off of me. Okay, I guess it's Uppy's time. Again. So cute. Such a menace. Such a menace. Yeah. Hi. Yes, I hear you purring as you lean against my ear. Hi. Yes. Oh, ow. Ow, ow. Girl, your claws are in my shoulder. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Is this what we're doing? Is this what we're doing? Have you had enough? Can I put you down yet? Oh, yes. Hi. Arya is sleeping in the chair in the sunshine. I wish she would go sleep in the sunshine. It would be good for you. Hi. Hello. Oh my gosh. Girl. Girl, this is not the time to be a super mommy's girl. It's not. Can you get down? No, you're gonna settle right like that. Yeah. But mom, right? Doofus just noticed the reflection from your watch, so now he's attempting to catch it. That's so cute. You know, where's your spring toy, Hera? Where's your spring toy? You can chase that across the floor again. That would be good. That would be good. Yeah. Oh, hi. Come on. Down, down. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. You're very cute. You're very cute, but I'm gonna have pinpricks all through my shoulders and I've gotta wash my hands again. Where is your spring toy though, before I do this? Did you not get in here? I don't see it. I don't know where you whacked that off to, Hera, but you were batting it around ferociously earlier. Yes, you were. Clean my hands back off. Yeah, I know. You know, your daddy has a very lovely lap that you could go lay in. Uh-huh, he does. He does. Go get him. Go on, go get him. Oh, she's such a turkey. She's such a turkey. Oh. Hydration. Okay. No? Not good enough for you? Okay. So the next step on this is obviously going to be making the cookies. We are going to preheat the oven to 300 degrees Fahrenheit. I've forgotten what that is in Celsius, but in the Discord and the recipe, I did do the conversion for you. If you're not using air bakes, you want to line your cookie sheets with parchment paper or lightly grease them, but air bakes tend to not need that. So I'm going to preheat my oven to 300. Get it started. So these are a low and slow recipe. Turn the oven light on so I know I've started it. Kick the rug back into place, the fatigue mat that the cats have knocked all asunder. Yeah, Hera, you're gonna be busy now? You can smell them already. They haven't even started baking yet, Seamus. Ugh. The dough is so heavy it was gonna pull the whole swing arm back down. Dough still feels the same, so I'm gonna guess that that's just the texture of the dough. Okay. Works for me. Oh. You knocked all of my bangs out. Now they're tickling my face, girl. It does smell really good, the dough. It's nice and supple. Yeah, should work well. We should be able to work with this. All right, I'm gonna move the overhead cam this here direction. A little bit further. There we go. So that you can see what we're doing. Tray. This overhead cam was one of the best things that I ever figured out how to do. So it wants, when you put them on a tray, to break off pieces of dough about the size of a large gumball. A teaspoon cookie scoop works well here. I don't know what a teaspoon cookie scoop equates to, but it's certainly not this. This is definitely bigger. So I think we're gonna get less. I'm using a number 70. Roll the pieces into balls, space them on the prepared baking sheets, leaving about 1.5 inches between them. Then you use the bottom of a glass dipped in sugar if necessary to prevent sticking, which I don't think is gonna be a problem, to flatten the balls to about 3/8 of an inch thick, which is actually fairly thick. Try using other kitchen items such as a slotted spoon or a potato masher to give different imprints. That is why we're going to be using these guys. And since they're geometric patterns, it doesn't matter if the dough doesn't go to the edges. Then you bake the cookies for 18 to 20 minutes until the fragrance of the chocolate begins to fill the kitchen. Transfer cookies to a rack to cool. They will continue to crisp up as they cool. Store completely cooled cookies airtight. It says for up to 5 days, but if you put a piece of bread in there, they'll last longer. Everybody knows the old bread moisture trick, I hope. And if you don't, if you put a piece of bread, a quarter of a piece, a half a slice, like whatever you want, into a cookie jar with your cookies, the bread will suck the moisture out of the air and like give, or not suck the moisture out, suck the dryness out of the air and give its moisture back. And the cookies will not be like stale. It's very clever. So I'm gonna cookie scoop these bad boys. This is probably twice the amount of dough that it's looking for. And we'll do I want to do 16 per tray, but we're gonna do a dozen just to give them a little bit of extra room in case they really do spread a decent amount. Now here's the beauty of this. If I decide I did not get enough cookies, I have all the ingredients to make yet another batch later on. The recipe called for 4 dozen at 2 inches. I think I'm gonna get more like 3 dozen per batch, so I'm estimating about 6 dozen from this. I'll have to look up what a teaspoon size is in a cookie scoop. It's probably like a number 100 or something. Because the smaller the number, the bigger the scoop. And then from there, you know, I can get another scoop that could maybe make the smaller cookies. But I'm not too worried about it. All the cookies. Exactly, Carrie. Exactly. All the cookies. Okay, that's just a scratch. I was like, did Hera shed cat hair onto my trays? But she did not. All right. I got 3 of them. Yeah. That's gonna be so fun. I'm basically pushing them down until they give me a little bit of resistance. Ooh, they're so cute. They might be a little thinner than 3/8 of an inch. They're probably more like 1/4 of an inch what I'm getting. Oop. That one did stick a little, but not enough to matter. Yeah, and these are Nordic Ware, one of the companies that I would love to reach out to. Should reach out to. I have to stop saying would love to and need to start saying should, will. I will reach out to them. I have to just, you know, figure out the wording. All right, that's one set. 100 or 100 to 10 according to Google. Man, I'm good at guessing. Thank you, Kags. Thank you. Let's put these in the oven. Oh, wait. How long are they baking for? 18 to 20. 18 it is to start. Timer on the phone is important here. Timer 1-8. Done. Okay. Put the first dozen in, low and slow. Start the timer. I really got to figure out how to get my Stream Deck attached, like my other one attached to here. Add cookies, 12. Next tray, because it's going to take so long to get that set up, we can do another tray right off the bat. We don't have to get trays set up ahead to try and get into the rhythm. I can't wait to try one of these. I'm very excited. If Oiseau were here, I would eat a piece of raw dough to for the cringe factor, because it makes me giggle. Because I know her mom ingrained it in her that you don't eat raw dough for safety reasons, which she's right. It is incredibly unsafe to eat raw dough, but who here hasn't eaten raw cookie dough? I mean, come on. That's like a childhood rite of passage, baby. Maybe Oiseau hasn't. Maybe Oiseau hasn't. Ugh. Scoopity scoopity. And I am offsetting them to give them a little bit more space to work with in the spread. Oh, cookie scoops make things so much easier. By the way, highly recommend adding a cookie scoop to your arsenal if you like to make cookies a lot. It just speeds things up. And you use a more even amount of dough, which personally, for my OCD needs, helps immensely. There we go. Let's stamp them. I'm very excited about these. Which design is your guys' favorite so far? We've got the zigzags. I'm doing the swirls now. And then we've got like, I don't even know what I would call this pattern. The pointies? So it's basically 1, 2, or 3. Which pattern do you guys like the best? Personally, I like the swirly one. But I really like soft shapes. So I like curving lines and gentle sweeps. So this one has that for me, whereas these are a lot more like Art Deco-y. Or not Art... Yeah, they're more Art Deco-y, where this feels more Art Nuevo. And I do like Art Nuevo. I definitely have distinct memories of slicing those tubes of, Pillsbury cookie dough that you would bake them and then just eating them like that. Absolutely, Light Wraith. The spiral one is your fave, so we are in agreement there, Seamus. That is both of our faves. I definitely was never able to do that, Light Wraith, because if we bought those tubes, the only thing I was allowed to do was place the cookies on the cookie sheet. My grandmother did all of the slicing, and she was watching. It better go on the cookie sheet. You did not risk the wrath of grandma, because if you risked the wrath of grandma, you would not be able to freely eat the Tootsie Pops in the bottom of the cabinet that held all of the finer dishes. She would take them, put them somewhere you couldn't reach. Yes, my parents always got back sugared up children from Grandma and Grandpa's house. 100% of the time. And yet I don't really like Tootsie Rolls. Tootsie Pops, though. Tootsie Pops were the shit. I don't even know. I'm sure they still make them. I just haven't seen a Tootsie Pop in years now that I think about it. Doofy says hi. Hi, Doofy. All the cats are watching. Probably all the doggos are watching. Daisy's probably yelling at Kissy because she can. Daisy is Kissy's cat, and I've been in VC with Kissy and heard Daisy yelling at Kissy because she can. I've also heard that Daisy has taught other cats to yell at their owners. That is not the case with Smeagol and Hera. They were doing that long before I started hanging out in VC with Kissy. So they are of like mind to Daisy naturally. All right, let's spread these out. Yeah, see, we're gonna catch up very quickly because we still have 11 minutes on that timer, almost 12. Smoosh them down. These are fun to use. These are really fun to use. I like them. I like them a lot. And they have so many cool designs. I mainly went with the geometric ones though, aside from the fact that they were on sale, because it doesn't matter if they don't squish all the way to the edges, the design will still work. The design is not dependent on you having enough cookie dough to spread out to get the design. The real question will be, how well does the design stay after baking? That's the true question. Maybe we will get 4 dozen with this scoop. There's still plenty of dough in here, and this is tray number 4, which will be 4 dozen when this tray is done. Since we're doing a dozen per tray. I also appreciate that this is a recipe which does not call for chilling the dough. You just go for it. I don't like that extra step of having to chill things before I make it. Because I'm like, oh, I have to wait. And I have to have space to do the chilling. Which means I have to clean out my fridge. Which I don't want to do. It's definitely an ADHD thing though, partially. Task avoidance because there's too many steps. Yep. The less steps there are, the easier it is for anybody with ADHD to get into the mindset to do the thing. Removing barriers. Or you have to make it easier to do the thing than to not do the thing. That's the other trick of it. One more scoop. Yeah, this is the last tray I have to set up, and we've still got 9 minutes on the clock. It's gonna be a lot of hurry up and wait with this one. A lot of hurry up and wait. The fun thing is, though, since I'm doing a dozen per tray, up until I get to where there might not be enough dough to put a dozen on a tray, I can pretty evenly distribute the designs, which is fun. And it'll be fun photographing them too. I'm trying to be better with the photography of my baked goods so that when I write my cookbook and stuff, these photos can just naturally be used in said cookbook, which, oh, by the way, I am writing a cookbook because recipes, as it turns out, really don't fall under copyright per se. I can't plagiarize an entire book, but I can, if I see a recipe that I really like, I can add it. Especially because I'm rewriting it in my own words. Huh, all right. Trays are all set. Cookbook, hi Spaceballs. Welcome in, how are you? Yeah, I am gonna be making two cookbooks. One for my Christmas cookies, both past and present, and then one for everything else. How are you doing, Spaceballs? How did your food come out yesterday? 2 cookbooks, that's right. 2 of them. Because why have one when you can have 2? That, and I asked my community in Discord, and I put it to a vote for like 2 weeks of if they would prefer to have a section in one cookbook that was just the Christmas cookies, or would they like to have a separate cookbook for the Christmas cookies, and the majority would like a separate one. You just got out of bed? Yo. I feel how that goes. Been there, done that. I probably would still be in bed if I weren't baking today, because I would have just stayed in bed reading. I would have just stayed in bed reading. It would have been fine. Would have been totally fine. 6 minutes on the clock. And I am starting to smell them, so it should be done at that good old 18-minute mark. It's fine, exactly, it's fine. You're the gingerbread dragon. Opal, you're streaking, let's go. Welcome in, how are you, friend? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing amazing. I'm just like leaning back on my foot to stretch my calf while I stand here and wait for the timer. This is always that awkward part where it's like, now what? Now what? When I'm baking on my own, I usually play like puzzle games. Ugh. Stretch the other calf. What, Hera? She's staring at me like, you could be petting me, but I'm not coming over now. You shunned me, Mom. You shunned me. Oh my gosh, speaking of the cats. Speaking of the cats. So the person who graciously sent the tart pan also sent cat treats. They are a mimic to one that Seamus also bought from the grocery store. And I was like, good, now we'll have a reserve. Except for Hera. Hera decided that she could smell the treats through the bag, and she destroyed the bag. She just destroyed it. Straight up. You're the second streamer I know making a cookbook, although the other one is nothing like yours. You know what? Good for that person. I think cookbooks are wonderful. And I think sharing recipes is wonderful. But speaking of the cat treats, Hera, would you and Smeagol like some? I can always rewash my hands. You coming, Shmoo? There you go. Smeagol. Do you have to see the bag? I'll put it on your mat, baby. There you go. Because they do love them some kitty treats. Huh? Is it so good, Hera? Now, for the 4th time today, we will wash our hands. Was it yummy? It's like I'm at work. Wash your hands, massage a client, wash your hands. Wait for the next client. Even though you just washed your hands recently, wash your hands, massage a client, wash your hands. Every client requires 2 hand washings, one right before, one right after. It does not matter how back to back you see those clients, because you've now handled files and everything, you immediately must go wash your hands before you put your hands on your next client. I really need to remember to get hand lotion that I can tolerate for my office. She did want extra, Cags. She has ADHD, autism spectrum, and most of the book will be her favorite foods as a neurodivergent person. The rest will be struggle meals. Oh, that's fascinating, Opal. That's fascinating. Could be such a good resource for parents. It really could, right, Spaceballs? Because more and more kids are being found to have spicy brain, to be on the neurodivergency spectrum, and sometimes you just need a good struggle meal. And sometimes you just need mac and cheese. Mac and cheese is usually my go-to comfort food. Although right now I'm obsessed with olives, which is not a problem because olives are very healthy for you. But it definitely came up in VC one night of how many olives could I consume before my IBS decided that it had had enough. I haven't reached that limit yet. I haven't reached that limit yet, and I ate like an entire can of olives by myself because I really wanted olives in one sitting. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Worst things that you can have to want to snack on. My uncle ate a whole can of olives as a child and got the shits, so he could not handle it. Garlic stuffed olives are so good. I will have to take your word on that, Cags, because I can't have the garlic. I can't have the garlic. I am class A vampire. The sun hates me. Garlic and I don't get along. I prefer gold to silver. There's a suspicious lack of mirrors in this house. I won't come in if you don't invite me. I only like specific types of olives, but when they hit, they are so good, right? Do I sleep in a coffin? That I don't do, but I do coffin sleep by crossing my arms. So close. Very close. You can tell it was in my nature at one point. And I've been known to nibble on people, you know? The tasty. Time to lean in, right? Right? Gold suits my complexion better, right, Opal? I'm already pale and pasty. I don't need anything else pale and pasty. 16 seconds on the clock. We're gonna be able to pull one out and put one in. Yeah, I'm too pinky red for silver. I agree. I agree. All right, I can definitely smell them. So let me pull this tray out. We'll put another one in. They spread so nice. They spread so nice, you guys. And I think they are about 2 inches. Give me a second, I'll show them to you. Ugh. Okay, one came out, one went in. I gotta add the cookies into the counter. And then let me grab my mitts because this tray is still hot. This tray is still very hot. Shabam! There they is. There they is. They're so cute. They're so freaking cute. I'm really pleased with them. I hope you can see enough of the definition of them. Actually. I can turn the ring light on. And that should help out. That should help out. Yeah, now you can see the definition a little better. Enhance, exactly. They're so cute. I'm really excited to taste one in a little bit. I gotta let them cool. We'll give them like 5-ish minutes on the tray, so when the timer hits 13. And then I will remove them to the cooling racks to finish. Nope, other drawer. And then we'll be able to put more on the tray. I have to get the other spatula out. Turns out when I'm not at 360p, they're easier to see. That will make a difference, Light Wraith, 100%. I don't know why it knocked you down to 360p, but sometimes mine does it too. That is a great emote, Spaceballs. The smell in this house, you're salivating. It does smell really good, doesn't it? Just gonna apologize in advance for any doofy messages. No problem, Gags. At least we know what they are. We won't think that you're having a medical emergency. Would be pretty to put colored. And you know, that is... Oh, I think we got rid of the box already, but the box that these came in, that was one of the things that it showed as an example of, was putting frosting in there or sprinkling with powdered sugar so that it lit the edges up and stuff. And I was like, that's a really cool idea. That's a really cool idea. I'm gonna get a lot of mileage out of these cookie stamps. I can feel it. I can feel it. I also thought about, speaking of, looking for another recipe that I could do as a, like a cookie cutter. Because March is so many international months, but one of them is International Women's Month. And I was like, how cool would it be to do cookies that were with my goddess cookie cutter? But I couldn't find a recipe that I really liked that I hadn't done very recently for that purpose. So chocolate it is. Or melted chocolate. Yeah, melted chocolate would be fun. Shortbread. So I literally, the last cookies I did were shortbread, which is why I am not doing them now. Hi, Scooby. Welcome in. How are you? Yeah, and the shortbread. The shortbread took me a lot longer than I anticipated, Opal. Spiced molasses? Are molasses cookies cut out? Do you cut them out instead of just make balls like we're doing now? All right, I'm gonna spin us. I made ginger snaps for the holidays. I made ginger snaps. The pepper kakor. Because I'm not above redoing recipes, just I try to spread them out a little. In theory, I could do the sugar cookies again. I haven't done since Christmas time. It's a consideration. Nice thing in these, or with these, is there's no eggs in them to have to cook through, and the flour is definitely getting cooked, so we're safely within range of not getting food poisoning if they're a little softer on the inside than anticipated, which I think is important. Slide this back over here. Lavender lemon sugar cookies. That flavor profile it does. Do you have a recipe for that, Opal? I also need to do this. Do you have a recipe for that? If not, I'll see if I can find one that could utilize baking lavender and whatnot. You could either, because it's a dough that requires being in the fridge. Oh, see, I try to avoid the fridge recipes. I totally get it. I just try to avoid it. No, okay. I'll have to see if I can find one. Maybe we'll do 3 sets of cookies this month. So many cookies. All the cookies. I'm thinking next month may also be the month we make the angel food cake, by the way. Like real angel food cake with a Jell-O tunnel. That'll absolutely be a stream where we're gonna need to probably like plate up and do stuff while it bakes and whatnot, and then cools, and then we make the Jell-O and we get it in there, and then we solidify it for a little bit before we slice that bad boy. Delicious. If you've never had real angel food cake, you are missing out. I know there's box mixes out there, but they're not the same. But I also understand the fact that real angel food cake takes 12 egg whites. Just the whites. A whole dozen of egg whites, and eggs are expensive. They are very expensive. They've come down in price, but they're still expensive. So it's one of those desserts that you just can't spontaneously make necessarily. And I haven't made one in years for that exact reason. If my sister-in-law's chickens were still laying like they were, and they had such an overabundance of eggs that they didn't know what to do with them, I would have made more angel food cakes. But the ladies are a little bit elderly at this point, and they're not laying like they did. Like they used to, which is fine. It's the circle of life, it's nature. But I really want the angel food cake, and I know my aunt, whose cake that is the favorite, would love it too. Any standard sugar cookie should work, just swap vanilla extract. So my sugar cookie recipe already uses lemon extract. You don't know? Yeah, the lavender's gonna be the trick. Because it is a liquid. I have a couple ideas on how I could do it. I just don't know how impactful the flavor would be. So I could get like a lavender tea. My recipe calls for milk, and soak the tea in the milk to infuse the milk with the lavender flavor, and then probably put like the zest of a lemon in there as well to really up the tanginess of the lemon flavor. That is an option. That could potentially work. I just don't know how well it would work. At least you can use the yolks for ice cream. I've never actually made ice cream Spaceballs. I should probably try someday. I was thinking about using the yolks to make lemon curd. A whole lot of lemon curd that I could then can for Christmas gifts. Or just because. I don't even know if I have the equipment necessary to properly make ice cream. Because it's supposed to be tumbled for a while, isn't it? Good lemon sugar cookies are superior. Infused milk is genius. I did the infused milk trick when I made tea-flavored cupcakes. I found a vanilla cupcake recipe that worked well, and then I modified it to make what I called tea cakes. Because I'm so clever. And then I swapped out, when I was making the buttercream, because you normally thin it with milk, I swapped that out. Like I did a rum buttercream for the strawberry mojito tea flavored cupcakes. I had, for the Earl Grey, I used, instead of vanilla, I put orange flavoring in it. They were so good. They were so good, I'm not gonna lie. I infused the milk with Earl Grey. It was delicious. Standard mixer bowls that work like ice cream makers, really? I will have to look into that. I'll have to look into that, because yeah, that would be fun to take the egg yolks and make ice cream with them. I'd be down for that. I'd give that a go. Certainly would be something to get started on while waiting for the cake to bake and cool and stuff. Earl Grey is actually my favorite tea flavor, but I have to get it as a rooibos tea now because I can't have the caffeine, even in decaffeinated. Homemade ice cream is dope. Outside of doing the one where you like put it in a baggie and you just squeeze and the texture's off and the flavor ain't great, I've never made homemade ice cream. Never tried one, but I should have done that instead of buying yet another small kitchen appliance. The struggle is real with small kitchen appliances to do the one task. Vanilla honey is a good flavor. I don't think I've ever had vanilla honey. That does sound good though. That sounds fabulous actually. That sounds really good. You're about to see my mess. The tea I like that is naturally decaf Earl Grey is from David's tea, which is out of Canada. And it's literally all the rooibos flavor, but made with all the Earl Grey flavor, but made with rooibos leaves instead of black tea leaves, so that it's naturally caffeine free, which does not irritate my IBS. So good. Yeah, you think that's a bread box, it's actually a tea box. I just reorganized my kitchen so you have counter space again. Oh my God, counter space is such a luxury, Spaceballs. Just remember that you have some ginger honey that you can't use. Why can't you use it, Kags? Oh, because you can't have honey. You can't have honey. I had it at someone else's family reunion. It was your aunt and uncle's landlord. That is weird. That is a weird reunion to attend. I will agree. Okay, are these cool enough? Can I try one? I'd say yes. Which means if Seamus wants to come snag one, he can also snag one. Look at that. Look at that. Ooh. It's got a nice crumb. Yeah, the honey allergy popped up in the last couple of months. That sucks, Kags. Mmm. What an interesting texture. They're firm, but not. These are going to be really good with like tea or coffee. Thank you, Light Wraith. You can definitely feel it like melt in your mouth. Found out that your mother-in-law gags at the smell or taste of honey. Interesting, Opal. Guess honey's not for her. Seamus, you're gonna have to come back and share your shirt again. I think my favorite homemade flavors have been lemon cardamom and coffee that you flavored with a really unusual coffee from India that kind of had ginger candy vibes. Ooh. Ooh, that sounds fantastic. I can't have coffee, but I bet it smelled wonderful. There's the shirt. It's so funny. Opal likes your shirt. Right? It's super cute. His mom didn't get it. The first time he wore it around his mom, she didn't understand. We had to try to explain it to her. Right, Kags? It is a great shirt. Seamus has a lot of those shirts. I got him one for Yule. It has like a military tank on it, and it's a t-shirt, but it says, "This is my tank top." The pun was too good for a veteran. The pun was just way too good for a military veteran. I couldn't resist. So he officially has a tank top. I don't know what kind of tank is on it, but there's a tank on it. You get a lot of compliments on that shirt? Yeah, you do. You do, 100%. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Yeah, you have to love the fun shirts, right, Carrie? 100%. They make the world go round. I don't even have to use the spatula to combine this. I'll just use my hand. get this more back into the center of the bowl. This is a really supple dough. And these cookies are absolutely gonna be fabulous with tea or coffee or cocoa if you want like extra chocolate. Yeah, we've got this much dough left. So a few more trays. A few more. The cookies have a nice mouthfeel. It's similar to shortbread, but way more delicate. They melt in your mouth like maple sugar candy. Yeah. And I've never had maple sugar candy, but that makes sense. That makes sense. They're good. They're really good. I'm really pleased. I'm really pleased. Definitely recommend this recipe. It is in the Discord if you want it. It's in the Discord. It's on the King Arthur website. Should you be interested. Literally called Chocolate Dreams. Whole recipe. Not just because you're super hungry, but also possibly because you're super hungry. What's on the menu today for lunch? Or I guess it would be dinner time now, Light Wraith. It's so nice that it's still light out at almost 5 p.m. Oh, it does my heart good. I need it to be light till at least 6 p.m. Otherwise, I can't get things done. I could see them being good with chai tea or even adding some cinnamon to them. Oh, I bet. I really want to make, I think, was chai tea cupcakes one of the ones that I made? Oh, timer. One comes out, one goes in. What were the 3 cupcakes that I made? I did Earl Grey. I did strawberry mojito.
I'm gonna need you to drink some water.
As soon as I get this tray in, I will absolutely hydrate. God dang it. What was the 3rd one? I'm trying to picture the tea that I bought. Start the timer, add the cookies. It was an English breakfast. Let me look it up. I have access to it. I just need to find the file. What did I make? Berries and cream matcha. There you go. So I made Earl Grey, raspberry mojito, and berries and cream matcha. And then the buttercreams, I did an orange, I did a coconut rum, and I did a vanilla. Always keep access to this kind of information. You never know when you need to go back and look for it. I'm a broke boy for a bit until tomorrow, so you just had some bread and... That is a Depression era meal, Light Wraith. Holy smokes. Holy smokes, is that all you're eating today? Like, do we need to get treat stream set up for you? I haven't had English breakfast tea since the caffeine allergy popped up. Not allergy, but like intolerance. Hey Dova, welcome in. How are you? Right, Opal, that's a struggle meal. That is a struggle meal. I've had them. I've definitely eaten bread and butter with a little sugar on it. Not what I prefer. Fuck the English. Irish breakfast is always better, Opal. Fair. I definitely have never had Irish breakfast tea. I'm doing good, Dova. I'm glad you're doing well. I'm glad you're doing well. It's good to see you in here more frequently. I'm glad that life is settling down for you. At least with the sugar, you're getting a few more calories. That's true. That is true. But sugar is expensive. I totally understand that as well. We're almost there. I was doing quick math in my head, staring at the timer, trying to remember what number it was I was looking for. It's a 13. It's a 13. You can handle some light days. Understandable. And I'm sure you've looked into the extra options that you could access for help. Because nobody likes to go hungry. And I don't like people to go hungry. I think the light has shifted a little bit. It has. There we go. There we go. I noticed it was starting to get a little dark. But the sun is moving across the sky, and that does indeed change the light on the inside of the house. It does, it does. Smells so good in here. It smells so good in here. 10 out of 10, highly recommend. Highly recommend these cookies. And they're simple. They're really simple. There have definitely been some cookies that I've shown you guys that I'm like, I understand if you never make these. They are complicated. 1 pound bags of Fiesta beans for $1. I have no idea, Opal. I've never even heard of Fiesta beans. I've never even heard of those. Now I have to Google it. Fiesta beans are a versatile, flavorful, and often nutritious dish commonly featuring pinto or black beans mixed with ingredients like corn, peppers, onions, and various spices. And how about shopping? You can buy them in a can for like $1.67. So, sort of. Definitely an interesting option. I've never heard of them. Makes a really good or cheap soup. Oh, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. Let's take the cookies off the tray, yeah? We both grabbed... That's funny. We both grabbed the spirals. They actually, like, they almost crumble in your hands. They're way more delicate than I would have expected. But I'm assuming that's why they kind of melt in your mouth. And I can't even chalk it up to the humidity in the air or something because I weighed my flour. So I used the exact correct amount of flour. And sugar. And cocoa. I'm just delighted at how well the design stayed stamped into them. Like, this is fabulous. It just gives them that little bit of pizzazz. Just that little bit of pizzazz. Put that over there. Swingity, swingity, swing. Oh, they're dry beans. I didn't see them as dry beans. But I also didn't look very hard. 2 minutes of Google doesn't exactly constitute a strong look. Overhead cam. Yeah, there's another version of this cookie apparently called Vanilla Dreams, so may have to give that one a try too. May have to give that one a try too. This is 6 dozen, number 6 dozen. I think we're gonna come real close to the 8 dozen. It'll be interesting too to see if they bake a little different on the darker colored trays. Sometimes the cookies do, sometimes they don't. I'm starting to leave notes for myself though when they do, so that the next time I go back to the recipe, it's not a whole new learning experience again of going, oh, I needed to lower the time for those trays because they bake faster since it's dark. The fiber and plant protein fill you up to, oh yeah, it would. Fiesta brand dry beans. You got the right thing with that. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, because if you can buy in bulk for not a lot of money, that's good for anybody who wants to be fiscally responsible, not just people who are a little down on their luck. Because I know there are plenty of people out there right now who are down on their luck just due to the job market being so freaking abysmal. Which is a shame. I went to Michael's recently so that I could get the piping tip I will need for the Italian butter cookies. And I walked up to the registers and the young lady said, oh, there's 2 more free self-checkouts if you'd like. And I told her flat out, they don't pay me to check out myself. And I firmly believe that. In addition, I will always use a human cashier unless I absolutely have to be somewhere quick enough that self-checkout makes more sense. Because I do not want to support computers taking over jobs. So I try to avoid self-checkouts. Being a cashier may not be a glamorous job, but it's a job. Most grocery stores have the 1 pound bags. Good to know. I'm assuming it's probably in the ethnic aisle with a brand name like Fiesta. Where they have like the international aisle, I think it's called in some places. Where it's like the Asian food, the Mexican food, the Indian food. It's all mixed into one aisle. Much larger bags, like 10 to 20 pounds. That's a lot of beans. That's a lot of beans. With the Mexican food, yeah. So that would be in the ethnic / international aisle. I've heard it called both in supermarkets. I will be right back. I'm not going to take this because I don't want you to get back feed from the speaker, but I need to grab my chapstick. Sorry about that. Much better. My lips they had hit a point where they were critically dry, and it didn't matter how much hydration I was sucking in, they weren't getting any better. So I needed my chapstick. I'm a chronic chapstick user, and I think some of it is thyroid issues, because having a hypothyroid, having Hashimoto's thyroiditis, my skin is always on the dry side, and your lips are a form of skin, therefore they're on the dry side. I need to look more like that. I'm bad about cooking in general. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, cooking it's a pain in the butt. It's a pain in the butt. You know what I forgot, you guys? Not that many of you can potentially hear me. I forgot that it's the 1st of the month and we had top clippers from last month. We had top clippers from last month who deserve their prize. Where did I put that? Woohoo! That's not what I wanted to do. Please open that back up. Thank you. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. All right, our top clippers were Bubbly, Fantacorn, and myself. So Fantacorn earns themselves a nice tier 1 subscription, and so does Bubbly. The brand also has split peas, some cheap split pea and ham soup, yeah. And soup does freeze well. That is very true. That is very, very true. So yeah, Fantacorn and Bubbly are gonna be getting themselves some nice little subby subs when I get back to my desktop. Although Bubbly might have one. I may have to actually wait for Bubblies to run out to re-gift it. But for anybody who's not aware, if you ignore the chat messages and whatnot, if you make a clip, I will share it to my stories. If you manage to be in the top 3 clippers at the end of the month, the next month I will gift you a tier 1 sub for a month to the channel, and if you already are a subscriber, I will gift it to somebody of your choice. In my channel specifically. So it's kind of my little give back for, you know, being helpful in making clips, because they really are helpful to the content. Not only does it give me more to work with, it also tells me the kind of moments you guys enjoy. Grab a bag of frozen mixed veggies, the kind with corn, peas, and carrots, and to make the soups look better. Those are usually pretty cheap too. They are really cheap. They are. That's true, Opal. They are. 100%. I love frozen veggies too because they don't go bad as fast, and they don't have the sogginess factor that I find in canned vegetables. Welcome back from the ads, friends. We're still just talking about food. Soup is also the most nutritious way to cook. Is it really? I wouldn't have expected that, Opal, but I guess it makes sense since the broth is going to contain all of the stuff that would otherwise leach out. That does make sense. That definitely makes sense. But I also understand Light Wraith's feeling of just not liking to cook, because that's me. That's why Seamus handles the cooking. Bless him. Bless him immensely. I interrupt all of his cooking plans on Sundays when I bake, because we bake through dinner time, but you know. Duty hi! Yeah, we're making chocolate dreams. So, uncooked, they look like these. They're very cute. They're very fun. And then when they're cooked, they spread a little bit. And they're really tasty. They're really, really good. They're gonna be good like tea or coffee cookies. Never had one, but sounds like my kind of dream, right? The designs are cookie stamps. So I got these from Nordic Ware, and I just push them down. They don't cut the cookies, they just stamp them. They're very fun to work with, and they've been very easy. They've been very easy. Canned veg can also be super cheap. Just wait for sale. That's true. If you wait for a sale in the store brands, they would be very cheap, Opal. How are you doing, Tootie? I hope you're doing well. I hope you've been having a good weekend. I was lurking last night while you were doing trios with, I think it was Caffeinated and Banshee. I think those were the two. I was tired, so... Until I wasn't. I was tired until I wasn't, because brains. Brains and insomnia and bodies being buttholes. That's on my March goals list. Find a therapist so I can start working on that. Struggle soup is the way to go for sure. Now I want soup. It's been a beautiful day today. Got lots of sunshine. That's amazing. It has been sunny. It has been sunny. We're having similar weather. It's currently 28 Fahrenheit out, so it's not warm. That's got to be around -1 or -2 Celsius because it's below 0. It is below 0 Celsius outside. But we're supposed to be warmer this week. It's supposed to get up to around like 50 to 60 Fahrenheit. So that's going to be around like, I want to say like 14 to 18 Celsius. Just above freezing here. Yeah. Yeah, it's not warm, but it's warmer than it has been. I'm always, timer. I'm always appreciative when the temperature rises above single digits for Fahrenheit. One comes out. One goes in. My hip needs to not lock up on me. That's very rude. Start the timer. About to the same here, but it's also 84 in your apartment. Because you're on one of the upper floors, aren't you, Light Wraith? So it just gets warmer and warmer and warmer and warmer. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, that's brutal. That's brutal. Oh, so Tootie can see. So Tootie can see. Anybody who else who might be just coming in. This is what they look like once they're baked. Still hot, so you know. Oven mitt still around -20. Stop, Kags. That's too cold. That's too cold. Upper floor, bad access to wind. Because of building setup, serious radiator heat gets toasty. Oh, it sounds like it gets toasty. But I mean, on the plus side, you probably aren't paying very much for heat. There they are cooked. Right? The color is gorgeous. And they have like a melt in your mouth texture. They're definitely solid, but they melt so beautifully. They're really good. A third winter in Ontario. You know what, Kags? I love you, but you can keep that to yourself. You do not have to share that with anybody to show them that you care. I'm just saying. Let those cool a little longer before we pull them off of the tray. We've got like 3 minutes of cooling left. Right? Keep that to yourself. Sharing is caring, but not with illnesses, hyper toddlers, or snowstorms. That's too many winters for a year? Yeah, it is. 2 winters is too many for a year. But technically we get one on either side of the year because the year changes in the middle of the winter. Who came up with that idea? Okay. That just occurred to me. Who decided that the best time to change season was to change the year was in the middle of a season? Because technically, is it like when you say the winter of 2025, are you talking about at the end of 2025 in December? Or are you talking at the beginning of 2025 in January and February? Who came up with this shit? I need to have a word with them. I'm just gonna assume Julius Caesar. He messed up a bunch of stuff with the calendar. That's true, Light Wraith.
It had to do with the winter solstice.
Well, it's stupid.
The shortest day of the year was historically the switch for the season of the year.
Which makes sense.
Right. But the year itself, like a calendar year, that's a new thing. That's like since the Middle Ages.
Since Julius Caesar.
Well, the
He was
Julian
part of it.
calendar was modified in the 12th century, I think.
Okay, well, it's all bad choices.
Yeah. Blame the Catholic Church.
Blame the Catholic Church. Dang it. Julius Caesar did mess up the calendar pretty bad, though, because he needed July in there. It screwed up putting December as the 10th month, between July and August. It screwed up December as the 10th month, DEC. October as the 8th month for Octagon, Octo. Sept is supposed to be 7. Sparkly, hello, welcome in, how are you? Then, or maybe before Augustus got in there too. Yeah, between Julius and Augustus, those selfish bastards. Just had to have months named after them. And now we have 12 of them instead of 10. Which, to be fair, were the months longer when there were only 10 of them? Was it still 365 days in a year with an occasional leap year? Like, how did the calendar work before Julius Caesar? Oh my God, I'm gonna go down such a rabbit hole at this rate. I'm doing good, Sparkly. I'm doing good. I'm enjoying making cookies. We actually have to take some off of the tray. Gotta take some off of the tray. They melt in your mouth, Sparkly. You're gonna enjoy them. You and Lindsay. Now I feel like I need to research calendars. This is bad. I will probably forget that this conversation happened by the time I get off of stream, but right now I feel that urge. I feel it strongly. Ah, the joys of neurodivergency and hyperfixation. Okay, and this reclaims a tray for us to put more cookies on. We're getting close to the end. Ish. Not of stream, but of cookies we can put on trays. I nerd sniped myself a little bit. It happens. It's all good. Ah, more cookies. Ooh, ah. Looks like the dark trays don't make a difference, which is perfect. It's what we like. It's preferable. They were 8 or 9 day weeks as well. Fascinating. So the Catholic Church really did have a big part in changing the calendar, because a lot of the stories about 7 days is because they say that the Lord made everything in 6 and took the 7th to rest. To summarize. I don't know the full creation story, but that's the summarization that I've always heard. You do it all the time, Opal? Yeah. It happens. It's good to have something to occupy the brain with, though. Because it's not good to leave it to its own devices. Then it does these crazy things like make anxiety and depression and all sorts of other stupid ideas. Playing in the woods when it's foggy to try and get a good photo and getting lost. Yes, I did that. I did that. I found my way home. But I definitely did that. Listen, you put a camera in my hands and I don't necessarily make the smartest of choices. All right? I kind of forget what an intelligent decision is, because that photo is probably going to look really cool. I don't recommend this course of action. It's just, you know, me. I feel like I heard a podcast episode that went over all of the calendar stuff. I know which one I'm thinking of, but there's just over 200 episodes to go through. That's a lot of episodes. Is it for the love of history? because I follow her on Instagram. Apparently there was a year that it was 15 months long it's called The Constant, the history of getting things wrong. Oh, I'm learning all sorts of stuff. The baking streams are educational in more ways than one. I was thinking about in the shower today too, how cool it would be. So I have a recipe I need to formally kind of write down and develop from when we did Viking era reenactment, and how fun it would be if I could fit into my garb again to work that out in garb. For mead cakes, essentially. I have some improvements I would like to make upon it. I need to do a little bit more research into their history, but it's a recipe that I heard about before I ever saw anything written about it. So I just kind of winged it, putting it together, knowing what the ingredients were supposed to be. Where you take flour, butter, honey, and mead. Those are your ingredients, and you basically make kind of like a pancakey mixture, but it's glutinous in so much that you don't pour it. It's not really liquefied. And they make really yummy griddle cakes. I haven't made them in a while, but I literally did it by feel in a bowl, just mixing stuff until I had a consistent dough. And I've gotten them to come out pretty consistent throughout the years of just winging it, but I really need to sit down and actually like measure and weigh the ingredients that I'm using as I bring it together so it can be a recipe. And then one thing I wasn't using that I actually think they probably had access to and we just don't have any lasting remnants for were wooden rolling pins. I will bet you anything that they had a rolling pin that they could roll them flatter than you can tug them, because that's how I did it. I like tugged them flat and then they would kind of come back in on themselves and make these little medallions. I bet rolling pins were available back then. There's a lot of stuff that we don't know about the Viking era and similar early eras because they didn't have a habit of necessarily writing things down, and since they worked with a lot of very natural materials, that stuff has deteriorated over time, and we don't know. We just don't know. We do what we can, but we just don't know. Found it from my main Dino podcast. I had an episode about how we learned birds migrated. That was learned much more recently than you might think. Oh, interesting. The camera thing is actually really common. Is it, Opal? I read an article about a war photographer who was so oblivious to his surroundings that he didn't know a soldier had walked up to him and only failed to shoot him because he's gun jammed. Opal, holy crap, can you imagine? Another photographer got a picture of it and showed it to him. Oh my God, I would have pooped my pants after the fact. I would have pooped my pants. I would have been like, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, we're gonna definitely get at least 8 dozen, probably closer to 9. It would freak me out. It would freak me out. Darwin Award, he survived his Darwin Award. But it's good to know that that's actually pretty common. Because that makes me feel less problematic. I mean, it's still not a great habit to be in of just becoming completely oblivious to your surroundings for a good photo, but like photo and video cameras both, it's like putting blinders on a horse. Yes. And that's actually why I recommend, like, having done photography professionally, having been a wedding photographer, I really recommend to people who go to weddings to put their phones away. Like, unplug for the wedding. Because if you're too busy trying to get the photos, which, by the way, the bride and groom have probably paid a very pretty price to have a professional there to do, if you're there trying to take photos or videos rather than being in the moment, you're missing the moment. You're not as engaged in the wedding and the celebration of happiness as you otherwise would be because you're too busy with your phone. Now, once it hits the reception, Once all of the fancy things are done, the first dance, the ceremony, the bouquet toss or whatever, anything that you want to be present for in the moment, by all means, take your phone out and have a freaking blast. Take all of the selfies. Take all of the selfies. Get videos of people doing wild things on the dance floor, because I'm sure the bride and groom would love to see those casual moments too. But during the important moments, just put your phone away. Let the professionals do their work and put your phone away. You will thank yourself later when you can actually remember these events versus the photos that you were trying to take. And I say this from experience. I photographed my cousin's wedding. I couldn't tell you what their vows were, but I can tell you where I stood for the photos. I can tell you why I chose to stand where I did for the photos. I do not remember their first dances, but I can tell you the expressions on the faces in their first dances, because I couldn't be in the moment. I was photographer. I do not regret doing the photography for my cousin's wedding though. I was very honored, but it's a very different experience. 1822 was when it was proven birds migrated and didn't become barnacles or fly to the moon as some were thought to do. What a wild idea. What a wild idea, Carrie. Become barnacles or fly to the moon. It's also a wild idea because that would mean just over 100 years later, when we actually landed on the moon, these people had switched their tune heavily enough from birds can fly to the moon to people cannot make it there, the moon landing was faked. Barnacle goose and goose barnacles. Yep, that's why we have barnacle geese and goose That's so wild. People were just saying stuff in the 1800s, not like today, right, Light Wraith? Right? Totally just making stuff up on the spot. It was really cute when my sister and brother-in-law did their vows. They did rock, paper, scissors to decide who said them first. That's so fun, Cags. I love that. Brutus to Dad, thank you so much for the watch streak. You're the next naked person. Let's go. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. The more I learn about history, the better I feel about today. Humans been doing the same crap as now, just differently. It's really true, Dova. It's really true. We are definitely a 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of species. We'll take 2 steps forward and then we're going to take another one back, which is why we constantly feel like the ones of us that don't want to take the step back are constantly like, oh my God, for the love of everything, can we not? Can we not? Can we not? But it has always been a 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and then repeat the fashion cycles. Doing well, thank you. Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. Those who forget history are doomed to repeat it, and those who remember history are doomed to watch us all repeat it because of the ones who forgot. It's true, Cags. It's very true. That's the struggle with history. But it's also fascinating too, right? Because if you are deeply into any form of a creative endeavor, it probably harkens back to some really old medieval talent, and a lot of techniques we just still do the same way as we did way back because they function really well and there's no need to change them. Roman graffiti is more fun. About Viking graffiti, you mean runestones? Those beautiful runestones? All right, time to take one out, put one in. Take one out and put one in. Cookie trays rotating. Ugh. Okay, there's the one. Oop, as I knock my whole thing asunder. And then this one can go in. We're on to 5 dozen. And I will start the timer. We're gonna add them in here. They like to add their cookies, or their names on cake. Yeah. And literally all runestones are from the Viking era is the Nordic people and the Scandinavian people and whatnot bragging about what they're doing. They're just bragging. They are literally the equivalent of somebody going on Facebook to be like, guess what, guys? Today, I totally did the thing I told you I was gonna do, and I won the bet at the racetrack. How about that? How do you like me now? How do you like me now? Like, that's literally, they're just bragging about whatever it is that they did. I got so drunk and I didn't pass out. You can find penis doodles all over buildings in places like Pompeii, because if you can draw penis, somebody's gonna draw penis. There's actually a phenomenon of how long to penis for literally any game that gives you creative freedom. How long until somebody makes a dick and balls? Like teenagers tagging an overpass. 100%. The penis is stamped into the sidewalks to direct people to what? That is amazing. Instagramming their food. Yeah, Literally. The stuff they did in ye olden time that we still do in ye modern time in a different fashion, hilarious. From, what was it? 863?
Sudden, irresistible craving for fun dip.
Fool, hello!
Here.
Coming into stream to penis is exactly what I expected to happen. Hi, Fool, how are you? Welcome in. We are talking about how, in any creative game, a penis will be made, and apparently in Rome, thank you, Seamus. They put penises in sidewalks to direct you to brothels. The Romans were very considerate. Heaven forbid you got lost on the way to the brothel. Which, I mean, that was Roman culture. The proportions, though, of those statues was way more minuscule in nature, especially the male one. I mean, yes and no, maybe. Maybe, because they could, like, that could have been their basic anatomy when flaccid. Trying to figure out computer things. You are not tech savvy in that. Oh no, are you having more sound issues, Fool? I only managed to come into the end of the one stream, and you ended way earlier than I expected, and I have not actually remembered to go back in the VOD to figure out what happened. Oh, that sucks. What happened? Is it just not picking up the audio all of a sudden? To work at all. Oh my gosh. I wish I knew audio better so I could help you. The virtual mic broke. Ugh. Is that separate software? Is that something that you might need, like a firmware update or a rollback? Could you, like, I know the latest OBS update crashed a lot of graphics cards and people had to roll back. Could it be something like that? And in Korea, there's a whole temple/park. That is also true, Red Wing. That is also true. Shrink up like that, you know, a grower, not a shark. Exactly, Opal. Yep. I think I saw something about that. Incredible work. People are interested in this stuff, and so long as you're in a less, for lack of a better word, a less prudish area, it's pretty common. You do a 2-computer setup, so you need virtual cables to make it work. I think I kind of have it figured out, but it's not perfect. That is so rough, Fool. That is so rough. I literally, to get all of this sound to work, I have a, what is it? I think it's a 40-foot or 60-foot long USB cable that connects to my main PC to hook the transceiver for, or the receiver, I guess, for this mic into. So it goes directly to the PC that's controlling stream. And then my laptop, I'm just using Chrome Remote Desktop on to see things, and my overhead camera is OBS Teleport, and my main camera is a tablet with Droid Cam that uses the Wi-Fi signal to send it back to the main computer, because I would flounder otherwise for a 2-computer setup. That just, it sounds so complicated. It's time to take cookies off tray, and then we can make another tray of cookies. This house, this apartment smells so strongly of chocolate right now. It is wonderful. It is absolutely delightful. I'm here for it. I really hope you get your audio issues sorted though, Fool. Hopefully this is like the third interruption thing, like you think bad things come in threes sort of thing. So first you had the internet outage, then you had the events you couldn't avoid, and now you've got audio issues. And when these get solved, you'll be good to go. Because I know you get early access to New Tanglewood tomorrow since you're an official Kinetic Games partner. And you're going to want to be on top of that. And I'm going to be sneaking peeks so I can see how upset or not upset I need to be about what they did to Tanglewood. Get off of there, Crumb. Drop that over there. You're gonna get this shit figured out. Oh, the looks so good. Right, they're so tasty. I believe in you getting it figured out. It does smell like a chocolate dream, Light Wraith. I see what you did there. Hi, Ash. Welcome in. How are you? You made the food you were going to attempt and was so good. I love that. There is gonna be drops. So the Kinetic partners are gonna have access to giving you the foil badge, which is the animated one, from March 3rd to March 10th. And then after that period, it's going to switch to the non-animated badge, which will be open to anybody streaming Phasmophobia that has drops on. So for the first ones, you're going to have to watch a Kinetic partner. So DeFool is a Kinetic partner. Epic Tight Pants is a Kinetic partner. Tom NK21 is a Kinetic partner. I think the Brotator Chip is a Kinetic partner. Don't Fight Ducks is a Kinetic partner. Those are the ones that come to mind off the top of my head that I know for a fact will be streaming. Oh, Flash Force. Flash Force is a Kinetic partner. He's much more commonly known. Does it look so good? I can't wait to see it. You ended up back at the hospital this evening? Oh, Ash. Doc is not an official Kinetic Games partner. It might be your go-to. That's a strong statement, fool. I can't wait to see it. Smells like someone is making an old style pot of hot cocoa on the stovetop. It's amazing. It does smell kind of like that. You're not wrong. I'm so nervous that I'm not going to like what they did to Tanglewood. Because at this point, I'm not overly enjoying the new Bleasdale, the new Grafton. Nels, I physically can't stand the sound of the footfalls. Like it grates on me so much that I feel it physically. So I am very nervous about what will become of Tanglewood, because Bleasdale has so many assets and so little optimization, it makes my computer hiccup. So I have weird lag spikes only in that map. Grafton, I feel like I get stuck on the environment too much because there's a lot of clutter. And then, yeah, the footfalls in Nels. And I don't think anybody doesn't share the sentiment of Point Hope being too many stairs with a bad audio soundscape because you can't hear between them. So they're coming out with beautifully designed maps. They're just kind of not as enjoyable to play as the old ones. Hoping it isn't too dark. Oh my god, the darkness though. Yeah. The Linktree has all of the CCs. Thank you, Kissy. Appreciate you. And just bandaged it back up. It got infected because of that, huh, Ash? Hall hoping, yeah. It is the, yeah, you have to have fog on at all times to help see. I just struggle bust my way through. I miss the days, fool, and I really think that they should bring this back. I miss the days where you didn't need a flashlight so long as you crouched. So long as you stayed crouched, you could just see. Those were the days. Most people didn't do that because most people were still worried without their flashlight. But there were those of us who were just like, this is fine. This is enough light. I miss those days. Crouching D's nuts. Got him, Bubbly. Mark her down. You turn your gamma way up, yeah. It got oh god, Ash, that's so brutal. I hope they're able to take care of the infection quickly. And I hope that there's some something you can do about the negligence that caused it. Just because he had sepsis in his hip 2 years ago. Jesus. God. I'm wishing all of the best to your kiddo, Ash. Because that's brutal. That is brutal. And we can't even blame the American health system for that one. Oop! Get off of there. Stamp them down. For a second there, I was like, oh my god, did I turn the overhead cam on? I did. I did. Yeah, I will definitely be tuning in tomorrow, Fool. I think you are going to be the first person that I will have the availability to watch that's going to be streaming the new Tanglewood. To see what it looks like. Alright, that's tray number 8. Got 6.5 minutes on the clock for the one that's in the oven. Bubbly, hello! By the way. Hello! You're so excited. I can't wait to see. Yeah, if they just cleaned it, it could have been avoided. I would be mad about it too, Ash. I would be. I have probably had a better weekend than you, I'm assuming. Because aside from shit sleep, my weekend has been pretty decent. And now I'm making cookies. So, like, you can't really be mad when you're making cookies. It's like biologically impossible. Also, camera, if you could catch up. Thank you. The nurse I saw tonight was mad that they just sent him home. I believe it. I believe it. Just had some very lazy / careless personnel. Lazy / careless. Now, what I'm interested in with Tanglewood is where did they give us to loop? Because if it's only the car and you can't see over the car, I'm going to be frustrated. I'm going to be very frustrated, and I'm really hoping that the layout is still a very, like, easy in and out, because I could do a Tanglewood map for the holiday event in 10 minutes or less, and that's what I like. It just has good flow, easy navigation. The rooms that split off don't split off very far. There's no weird hallways. Like, I have reasons why Tanglewood is my favorite house. She said they should have given him antibiotic. They should have. I agree, Ash. Yeah, in 5 minutes. We were doing the Easter one in 5 minutes because there were 3 of us. You, Cags, were the one in charge of going to find the golden bunny. Or lack thereof, ideally, because we didn't need the cursed hunt. But you went to find the bunnies, and Suspenders and I got in and found the ghost and got the evidence, and then we got the heck out of there. As a noob, tank is your go-to when you just want to pop in for a couple of rounds and learn and practice. Absolutely, Late Wraith. It used to be the map that you did your tutorial training on. Now let me tell you what, when you were new to Phasmophobia and you went into that house to do the tutorial training, it was terrifying. Even though you knew the ghost couldn't hunt and kill you, it was terrifying. I remember being so scared. Because I had already played Phas and I wanted to do the tutorial after I had played for a little bit to solidify what it was I was looking for evidence. Because let me tell you what, we had no idea what we were looking for with dots. None. We kept thinking that we had dots and we didn't. We didn't know what it was supposed to look like. Oh, dots were a menace. And then I did the tutorial and I was like, oh my god, you guys, you're never gonna believe this. Thank you for the lurk, Corey. I appreciate it. Saturday was my first year wedding anniversary, but it ended up being just another normal day, and I'm rather irked about that with the hubby. Then we had to make an emergency $600. Oh no, some sort of coil backfired, causing the car to... Oh, bubbly. For less than a year, it was going to be $1,500, but the dealership gave us a really nice discount. It wasn't under warranty still? Like less than a year and it wasn't still under warranty? That is a crap weekend. That is a crap weekend, and you are definitely going to have to remind your husband that the anniversary matters to you, so he should put it in his phone. And at least get you a card or ask you if dinner plans would be appropriate. Welcome back, Hera. For the third time. Or fourth. I've lost count of how many times you've come over here. Yeah. Yeah, hi. Is that so? You've had uppies twice already. And treats. I know. I'm not picking you up. Nope. You can try. Oh, you had daddy time too? Are you stuck? There you go. I love you very much, but it is Kitty. Think 4, 2 uppies and treats, wasn't it? Yeah. Nothing like that happened, so you know. Oh, yeah. Yeah, your husband's gonna have to put it in his Google Calendar. It is the Kitty Dova. Yes. If I step back here, she may come back here to show her face. Come over here. There she is. There she is. Oh, are you offended? Gotta go rub your face over there. You wanna come back over here and show your pretty face? Show your pretty face, yeah. Circling me like a shark. Hi. You cannot climb me. You can't. That's my kneecap, thank you. I love you very much, but we are not playing Climb the Mama. I am not a jungle gym. Nor am I a tree. You're very cute. But let's not. She says, watch me. She really does. She really does. On phone while figuring out dinner. Ooh, you'll have to let us know what's for dinner, Carrie. Mama is a catcher in her eyes. She thinks so, Bubbly. She thinks so. Yeah, you do. You do. I see that look in your eyeballs. Yeah, and I hear that tone of your voice. I don't know if anybody else can hear you yapping at me. Yeah. Is that so? You have so much to say. I know. I know. Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Hello, girl. We gotta take the cookies out of the oven and put another one in. Nope. You can't climb me. I have to take cookies out of the oven. You're so funny. Right, Hera? One comes out. You get in a chair. That's a good call. One goes in. She really doesn't know what to make of it when I'm baking. She really doesn't know what to make of it when both of us leave the house and there's nobody here with her. Ugh. Anyone looking for art? Bubbly has really good art. Might not have been able to get the redeem to look, but she still looked cool. Were you the one who commissioned the art from Bubbly, Opal? Did you guys leave something with the noise on? We don't. We don't. So Smeagol traditionally hasn't cared. Mr. didn't care. And they do have each other. She just, when we get home, she lets us know that she was not pleased with the lack of humans in the apartment. Because she comes over to the door and is just like already talking to us while we are unlocking it. And then she's trying to trip us when we're trying to walk in and take our shoes off. The magpie. She's a stream companion. Oh, that's so cute, Opal. That's so cute. Bubbly really does do beautiful art. I like watching it in the Discord. I like seeing it. I like seeing all the art you guys make, really. Because art is fun. I like seeing your art. I like seeing your pets. I like seeing the food you make. Huh, Hera. That chair is a good spot for you. Yes, it is. Yeah. Just because I'm talking to you doesn't mean you have to come over here. I can talk to you from here to the chair. No, she's got to come over and rub on my legs. Took me so long to complete because you're so sick. Opal is a patient person. Opal is definitely patient. And sickness, like, you can't control being sick. You can't. Yes, it does. What? Where's your spring? Where's your toy? You lost it? Again? Is it in the bathroom? You should go find it. She's like, never mind. I'm just gonna rub my face on this thing now. Yeah, you're very cute. You are very cute. I know. You're definitely not 5. You're definitely on the younger side of their estimate at 3. Twice? 2 times of COVID? Oh my goodness. That's a lot of COVID. Doofy does the same to you. I'll tell him that I'll be back in a minute, and as soon as I get up, he's already... Right? Sometimes she gets up on... You cannot really see her. She's right back here. Sometimes she gets up on the bed, and she'll, like, snuggle for a little bit. But the minute I have to get up and pee, she's got to follow me. And then she gets upset because I get back in the bed, and she doesn't know if she wants to get back up there to be comfy. And I'm like, well, that is a you problem, little girl. She's giving me that look like, I don't think so, Mom. Yeah, absolutely. COVID is no fun. That is definitely a waiting matter. That is definitely an I will wait matter. Oh, it's almost time to take these ones off of the tray. And then we'll put more cookies on the tray. Yeah, this will be the last tray that I put together. So we'll have 4 more trays to go. We'll get just over 8 dozen cookies. Just over 8 dozen. You picked the weirdest spots to lay down. Oh my God, the other night too, I tripped over Smeagol coming back into the bedroom from one of my midnight potty breaks. Because there's no lights on. We have a little bit of light from some nightlight sources, but I'm not looking at my feet when I'm coming back from the bathroom, and he was at his mat, but his booty was in the doorway to the bedroom, eating some of his remnants, and I full on tripped over him. He was not pleased with this development, I must say. You know, maybe it's not that the video is hiccuping, because I'm also noticing a little bit of a hiccup with the sound bars. It might be that remote desktop is hiccuping, and that's what I'm seeing. And you guys are probably getting a very smooth, perfect stream, which would be ideal. That would be ideal. Not gonna lie. All right, it's time to take some cookies off of the tray. Spinny spin. Spinny spinny spin. Spinny 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 spin. Wow. Cookies. Glorious, delicious cookies. I probably tonight will make a cup of tea to have a cookie with, because it just sounds so wonderful. Sounds so good. And if we're getting a little over 8 dozen, I will probably put at least a couple dozen into the bakery for availability. I have to remind myself I can always make more cookies if I need more cookies. You haven't noticed any desyncing? Perfect. Excellent. It's definitely probably remote desktop then. Arya is still napping in the chair. You can see white toes. Oh, she's hugging her back feet. That's so cute. That's so cute. See how many cookies we can slap on this bad boy. How many we got left in this bowl? And that'll determine which of these stamps like how many of each of the stamps I go for. I gotta smush the crumbs back together here. The dough at the end always gets a little crumbly. This is a perfectly normal phenomenon. It is drying out slowly while we work with it. Especially as we expose more and more surface area to the air. Still just as tasty though. Got 2, maybe 3 more cookies left in this bowl. Three. If I think this is enough to make a cookie. It is not. It's like half the size. Fuck it. It can be a cookie. It can be a cookie. These have been so fun to work with. I definitely want to do more with them. They would be fun to do for peanut butter cookies. They would be really fun to do for peanut butter cookies. Carefully unstick it from ye ol' stamp. Ooh, yeah, that's still... Like, I can put my fingers on it, but I couldn't grab it if I wanted to. Call 7 when it's ill. Oh my lord, Bubbly. Make 1 big cookie. I made 1 small cookie. So we'll get 8 dozen plus 7. 8 dozen plus 7. That's a decent amount of cookies. That's a decent amount. Definitely enough to snack on. Definitely enough to snack on. I am going to enjoy the heck out of these cookies. I may have to make another batch on my own just to have even more, because I think I'm gonna really enjoy these cookies. May I have a cookie? I want cookies now. Oh my gosh, that is the running theme, Corey. People come in here and see me baking and then they want the stuff. Which, like, I understand why, because it is delicious. It is delicious. Oh, come on. Break for you, but there we go. Yep, and the bowl is like perfectly clean. Like, that is a clean dough. Yummy. Give myself some space here to get water in the bowl. And I want the beaters to be in this bowl so that they can soak these items in the bowl for soaking purposes. All right, that is enough water in the bowl. But I try to make sure the bowl is not directly under the faucet so that there's plenty of space in the sink for more stuff. The sifter, we did put chocolate through it, so I'm gonna leave it set over here for a wash. The stamps, I'm not putting into the sink with water because of the wooden handles, so they can sit on the edge for a wash. And then Back these guys. Get water in them. Did I not leave enough space to get you in the sink as well? Oh, come on. I must have. I must have, didn't I? Didn't I? There we go. I just had to get you under the bowl. I knew it was possible. You guys can go in there and you can sink into there. Perfect. Don't need to wash them, but I do want to rinse them. That gets everything more or less tidied up. Not going to worry about washing the dishes right away. Can happen in a little bit. Swipe up the extra floof though. Beautiful. Actually, give this a good wipe because we did have some overspray incidents. Mo better. And this can go back under the sink where it belongs. Ta-da! And we've got 4.5 minutes on the clock. Bean, welcome in. How are you? No cookie. No cookie. Unless you make them yourself. Especially, like, I have sent the cookies to people, but I have not sent the cookies outside of the North American continent, aside from Hawaii. It's very, 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 very expensive as it is to ship to Canada. I cannot imagine what it would be to ship to Scotland. You tried. You did try. No harm in trying. What time is it, Smeagol? It's not time for your dinner yet. It's only 5:45. You got a little bit of time, bud. You just ate around 2:33. You're not starving. And I gave you treats. He's out here looking hopeful. And he has dry crunchies. Like, he has a bowl full of dry food that they're free fed on. You're good. Just finished working on your mom to get dinner in the... Working with your mom to get dinner in the oven. Tater tot casserole. That sounds really good. That sounds really good, Bean. Sweden was $80 or so to start when you tried to mail a small box. Oh. Yeah. Yup. Yup. I've looked into sending stuff to Suspenders, and it's... If you wanted to get there with any semblance of time, it's up there in price. Right? Tater tots sounds so good. I kind of want to do the tater tot in the waffle iron trick. And then make, like, scrambled eggs and put them over the top of the waffled tater tot. And then put on, like, ketchup or cheese or something. I think that would be really tasty. You're so hungry. I'm sorry, Seamus. I'm sorry. We got at least... almost an hour of baking left. It's almost an hour of cookie baking. Actually, I probably should think about going to be desktop Sam, because I don't know if anybody wants to, well, I don't know if anybody wants to be here with me for an hour while I rotate trays through the oven. I'm happy to stay and hang out, but I may also just do it from the desktop. Sam is like, Seamus, it's not your dinner time yet either. No, actually, it is technically dinner time. We do try to eat around 6. That's why Sundays always screw up our dinner schedule, because I start baking at 2 and I don't finish until around 6 if all goes well. Have you even slept yet? There's a question. No. Oh my God, Kegs. Are you trying to fix your sleep cycle? Is there a reason you haven't slept yet? Dova's got your supper right there. Ooh, woo. Ooh. You do a lazy Hot Pocket? Ooh, Hot Pockets. I really want tater tots now. Man, we should have put tater tots on the grocery list, Seamus. We should have done tater tots. Gonna need to add that. I want tater tots. I want tater tots. Fuck. And a tater tot casserole does sound good. Yeah, because let's see, it's 1836. What's 18 times 3? 3 times 8 is 24. 54 minutes worth of baking. It's a lot of baking because it's low and slow. That's why. It's because it's low and slow. All right, one comes out, one goes in. Low and slow. If you don't know why I'm saying low and slow, it's because typical oven temperature is 350. And we are below that. We are at 300, so it's a low temperature with a slow cook time because we're letting it cook for a solid 18 to 20 minutes. So low and slow. Start the timer. Add the cookies in. Yep, so after this, we've got 2 more trays. 2 more. I'm almost out of water. And this, I filled this just before stream started, so that gives you an idea of how much water I drink while I bake. I get thirsty working around all the ingredients. I already put the garbage away, so I don't want to fling it on the floor. Don't want to fling it on the floor. Oh man, the temperature's going down, but the moon is rising. The moon's already coming up. That's kind of exciting. I'm also very pleased, by the way, that I did listen to the voice in the back of my head to not rush to try to do the Italian butter cookies today. Welcome back from the ads, friends. We're still baking cookies. We traded trays for anybody who got stuck in the ad break. We traded trays. Yeah, if I had tried to rush to do the Italian butter cookies today, I think I would be at the frustrated point by now. Those cookies are going to require that I get my sleep in order because I'm gonna need to start earlier than typical for them. I have a feeling they are gonna take me a lot longer than I anticipate. And that,
I'm gonna need you
like,
to
it's gonna
drink
be a big thing. You got it, Nova. I have to make more water after this. I'm out. My mug is empty. But yeah, the Italian butter cookies. Because I have it printed. I have it right here. My pile of printed stuff. If you're unsure of what I'm talking about, like that's the image. Those are Italian butter cookies. They're a classic. They're delicious. You make them with a piping bag. You can use a cookie press, but I'm gonna use a piping bag because I think it's gonna be easier to make the swirly shapes. But you have to bake them. And then you have to decorate them, some before you bake, some after. There will be tempering of chocolate involved in this. We'll be doing that again. But putsy, yeah, they're definitely putsy. I think this is one where you have to chill it for a little bit of time. Let me look. Different temperatures that you can bake them at. Yeah, if you're using a cookie press, you have to chill the dough, so I don't have to do that part. But then, yeah, you've got to like you know, do all the decorating. And one of the things that is going to be done for them is I really want to do the candied cherries, but I can't find them to easily buy. So I will be making candied cherries. I will be doing that ahead of stream though, because that's going to be its own thing. So that I can let them like cool and do what they need to do to be workable. But I really want to make the butter cookies. These are a classic cookie that I remember from my childhood, like really enjoying and loving, and I want them in my mouth again. Therefore, I am going to make them to put them in my mouth. I've bought the rainbow sprinkles at this point. I still have leftover chocolate from tempering for the shortbread cookies, so I'm good there. I bought the piping tip. That was a debacle in and of itself, trying to find the right size, but I found it. I'm so ready, but the end of the month will be better because it gives me a chance to get my sleep in order so that I can start at like 11 a.m. instead of 2 p.m. Give myself a full 3 additional hours so that I'm not baking until 10 p.m. because it's going to be a longer stream. It's definitely going to be a longer stream between making the cookies and decorating the cookies. Trying to reset your sleep schedule. It's so hard, isn't it, Cags? Resetting the sleep schedule is terrible. It's terrible. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be good. Time to take cookies off of tray. Which one just came out of the oven? That one did. This one. Because I always rotate the trays in the same way. It gets a little easier for me to remember where I'm at. They're gonna be so yummy. With tea. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, because I don't have clients tomorrow, so I have all day tomorrow if I want to bake more. Got all day. Oop, a crumb fell. Delicious. Oh, I read it. I read it. I'm ignoring it. I'm ignoring it because that one's definitely, we're crossing the line that I'm trying to avoid the explicitness. I should probably repeat that while we have some time. Let me make some more water and I'll start in on the explanation. We talked about this in the beginning of stream. I'm gonna say it again. What a timing for that. We're toning down the spiciness in stream. We're toning down the spiciness in stream. The D's Nuts jokes that are forced are not gonna be counted. And that one obviously wasn't forced, but anything that's like overly explicit, we're trying to keep out because I'm trying to be more brand friendly so that when I reach out for sponsorships, I'm more likely to not be rejected because of the content of my stream. Like if I'm going to get a rejection, it's going to be due to something like not the amount of numbers that they want. I'm also cleaning my language up a little bit for this instance. But on the flip side, I'm also taking out some of the explicitness because I don't want to leave an opening for creepers. The community is growing, and the best way I can think to keep it safe is to not leave those openings. So that one, while funny, I'm not reading out because it is on the explicit side. It is on the explicit side. I'm not fully taking away all of our spicy jokes and comments, just toning down the explicitness. That makes sense. You'll remember this. I appreciate it. Yeah. Right, Nova. So Just trying to be mindful. And waking up, oh my gosh. Yeah, you definitely gotta write that sleep schedule, Kags. That was you back in December after trauma. Yeah, coming home from work, crawling to bed, and watch videos till you crashed out and wake up at 2 a.m. Yeah, trauma does that, definitely, for sure, Dova. You've been up the driven snow? You know, I'm gonna cast some doubt on that. I'm gonna need you to roll a persuasion check, Dova. Gonna need that persuasion check. Woo. My pocket. These pants have pockets. And it got caught on the handle of the island. Oh, water. Delicious. I feel like I should be doing something, but we're just waiting for the cookie tray to come out so I can put the next to last one in. And then I have one more after that. I suppose I could start putting them in a container. But yeah, those were the two things. Toning down the spiciness level, and I'm not going to be counting any D's Nuts jokes that sound forced. And that includes Frank coming in and saying Saka D's Nuts, because that is just his nickname for me. Because there have definitely been some instances of people trying really hard to pull off a D's Nuts joke. So we're trimming that to only the ones that actually feel like they make sense for the counter. I love you guys. I love that you love the D's Nuts counter. But some of you have tried really hard. What is Seamus listening to? Or saying? I think he's working on another leather craft. He's been really into leather crafting right now. Doing all sorts of patterns. I think he just got one to make a Totoro. Which sounds adorable, by the way. I love Totoro. I love Studio Ghibli. I was so scared during the Totoro movie. Not because like it's a scary movie, but because I watched right before it Grave of the Fireflies, and so I was going from extreme masterpiece of tragedy into a heartfelt tale of hope. But because I had just been traumatized by Grave of the Fireflies, I was so worried that like everybody was gonna die and it was gonna be bad, and I was like, oh no! That did not happen. Totoro has 0 death in it. It was a welcome relief. That one's still a little warm. Grave of the Fireflies cannot claim the 0 death. No mature. Grave of the Fireflies should be watched at your own risk. Right? It's so wholesome, Dova. I really love My Neighbor Totoro. He's fighting dinos. Oh. I'm hoping that I can manage to stay up till at least midnight, ideally 1 a.m. to reset it tonight. Fingers crossed, Kags. I believe in you. If you're like me, you just start reading a book and then suddenly it's 4 in the morning. Regardless of what time you start reading said book, unless you finish it. Because I definitely read 1.5 books yesterday. You're doing tater tots now, Carrie? Nice. Tamed a new thing, trying to 0 their stats. Why would you 0 the stats? Posting pics when you make the dolls. That'll be so good. Suddenly it's 6 a.m. right? That's what happens, Bubbly. Yep, Saki Pants and D's Nuts. It's true. It's true. Yeah. I don't play Ark. But I always make Seamus eat the dinosaurs if I can. Zeroed means they are the same on the male and female. Oh, so you can breed for mutations. Gotcha. So basically, you need to zero them so you can give them to Carrie for breeding projects because that is her wheelhouse. And then there will be like a zillion babies. Bingo. New dinos. I literally we're gonna have to play Pal World again at some point and just give pals to Carrie to breed for mutations. She will have a blast now that you can do that. You can breed them to get like the perfect pal for the thing that you need it to do. You'll set up a server. I don't know that here's the thing though, Seamus. I don't know that I want a server only because then it runs constantly and your friggin' pals starve to death. I kind of like it better when it's a multiplayer game and you just agree to get on at certain points to play so that your pals aren't starving to death. It's that, or we have to pick them up. Because holy crap, that is so annoying when you go in and your pals are just dying of starvation. Can go find guides. There's so many guides. There are so many guides. And I know Pal World recently came out with the housing recolor system so that you can like color your bases and stuff. You guys can stream and I'll stay and play with the pals, right? Right? You'd have to make Carrie host then because she'll be on 16 hours a day. I mean, I guess if we set up a server, it would be we can share resources between guilds. Like you can just drop eggs and stuff. And then I would definitely do my own guild so I could do my own thing and have my own bases and what have you, because that's how I prefer to play. You only did that a few times for racing Kikas. Oh my gosh. A harem of dinos. Pretty much. We got 2 minutes on the clock for the one that's currently in the oven, and then we have 2 trays to go. Yeah, because I'm starting to get the itch for Pal World again. I need to go back into my single player so that I can continue working on that one. I haven't touched it in a while because I go through phases with Pal World. I will be like so into it. I'm going to sink like 70 hours into it, and then I'm off to another game. Off on the wind. Saknichi. Hi, Hannah. Welcome in. How are you? This is true. The Dino Harem does cost less. They're not asking for Gucci bags and Prada shoes and whatever the heck else harems of women would ask for. It's a long day, but you're doing all right. I'm glad to hear you're doing all right despite it being a long day. Worth the cost. Seamus, I don't know if you could afford an actual harem of women. Let me be honest right now, okay? I am very low maintenance and I am still not a cheap partner, I guess I would say. I'm not a cheap date, but I'm a really cheap date. I like diners, you guys, okay? If my meal costs more than $16, it's probably fancier than I want to be at for a restaurant. Seamus and I usually eat out for less than $50. Because I am a cheap date. I've got 30 seconds on the clock for this tray. I'm so your queen. Let's go. Diners do pop off, Light Wraith. So when I was in college for photography, there was a diner off of I-91, exit 23 or 24 for the 24-hour diner. It is a truck stop. It is an old 50s diner. They still have a lot of like the original architecture and stuff. And I literally took Seamus out there because the diner food was so good. And he had taken me to a diner, and I use this term loosely, a diner, that was a fancy truck stop. They had a salad bar in this thing, okay? A salad bar. Diners don't have salad bars. That was a restaurant with a truck stop attached. Anyways, he took me to that and I was like, this is not a diner. So we did an entire trip to Massachusetts, a 3-hour trip, so that I could show him what actual diner food was. We also went to the Butterfly Emporium and I showed him Poet Seat Tower. It was a really nice day. It was a really nice day. I showed him where I went to school when I was out there, where my apartment was. We went up to Shelburne, oh my God, Shelburne Falls, I think it was, where they have the Bridge of Flowers. They had I don't think we actually went to the Trolley Museum. I think we ran out of time, but the Trolley Museum is up there for old trains. We saw the glacier pools, which are a natural formation where glaciers kind of came down through during the Ice Age, and they carved out these natural, beautiful rock formations that are full of just like pure blue water. It's stunning. We had a really nice time that day. We had a really, really nice time. Shelburne is in Vermont. They all have, like, we have Sharon, Shelburne are all places that I've gone to. Springs, Falls, what have you. Oh my God. Like, these names need to be a little bit more distinctive. But yeah, Shelburne Falls. Beautiful, beautiful place. If you ever are out on the East Coast, highly recommend going to, let's see, that would be northwestern Massachusetts, because it's right near the border of Vermont in the northern part. There's like the Clark Art Museum, and that whole area has stunning architecture. There's Shelburne Falls with the Bridge of Flowers and the glacial pools. And if you just come down by about an hour and a half to 2 hours, you can go to Deerfield, Massachusetts, where the Butterfly Emporium is. It's in Greenfield, where you can do Poet Seat Tower. Just stunning. It's a beautiful day trip. Hi, Mr. Ryan Blaze. Welcome in. How are you? We're working on cookies. We've got one tray after this one. One tray. So when I put this last tray in, I'll probably go be Desktop Sam. That's probably going to be the plan. But yeah, Massachusetts, great stuff in the northwestern section. If you want to go more like east central, you can go to like Salem, Boston. Those are the two main hubs out there, Salem or Boston. I really want to go back to Salem. I haven't been since my sister's bachelorette party, which was three or 4 years ago now. When did she get married? How long has my sister been Mrs. Weeb? I've forgotten my sister's anniversary date, you guys. COVID made everything so convoluted that I have forgotten what year she got married in. Well, that's the thing. One day I want to do a road trip from New York down to Florida during the fall or late summer. Oh, that would be beautiful, bubbly. Oops, excuse me. That would be beautiful. You would have a lot of fun with that. I wanna look up the historical routes again that are all through New England for the Revolutionary War and go visit all of the memorials. Some of them are a day trip. Some of them you're gonna have to get a hotel room. In upstate New York, we have Moscow, Denmark, Mexico, Russia, New Russia, Utica, Ithaca, all of the worlds is in New York. We even have a Salem and a Florida in New York. Like, what? New York was just like, we are not creative enough to make up our own names, so we're gonna steal them from literally anywhere. Amsterdam is in New York, like that's a place in Denmark. There's both an Albany, New York and an Albany, Georgia. Ticonderoga is stolen from Native American language. I'm pretty sure we have a lot of things that are stolen from the Native American language because the Iroquois were so prevalent here. Good thing it's not a date you're required to remember. This is true. This is true. Seamus is already aware, though, that I am not the one who has any idea when our dating engagement is. It's sometime in August. I think it's like August. No, or was it July? It's right around there. It's near the end of July or early August. It's time to take cookies off of a tray. It's time to take cookies off of a tray. To be fair, when you started dating isn't nearly as important as when you get married. And I do have our engagement memorized only because he popped that question while I was in school for massage. Otherwise, I would have forgotten that exact year too. I would remember the day because it was on Ostara, but I wouldn't remember, right? Ostara? No. Not Ostara. The one that comes after. Because it was on the Souls. I am blanking on my Wiccan holidays for shame. For shame. It's not midsummer. I'm having a brain fart. Anyways, it's March 20th. March 20th is when he proposed. We're still just engaged. We might as well be married at this point. Like, it's been long enough. But common law marriage is not recognized in the state of New York. Therefore, we legally are not married. It's not Beltane. It's definitely not Beltane. The heck is the one on March 20th? It's not Ostara, because Ostara is Wait, no, it is Ostara, because Imbolc is February 2nd. Oh, my lord. Oh, my lord. I was right the first time. I need to trust myself better. It is Ostara. Oh, my brain is a special place. Good lord. Good lord. The problem is we haven't done ritual for a long time because neither one of us feels the call to do so in this apartment. No! We couldn't have Seamus. We couldn't have officially started dating on Beltane because I didn't even dump what's his nuts yet. Your brain came up with a new tabletop brand? What brand, Bubbly? What did your brain come up with? We could not possibly have started dating on that because we weren't dating for my birthday the first year. Like, we started in July or August. ADHD. Oh my god, Bubbly. Like D&D, but ADHD. Mm-hmm. Where the rules have to be really simple because nobody's going to sit here long enough to read them. Yeah, because we also didn't start dating until after I had gone to a couple of Ren fairs with Luke and Steph, and those don't happen in May. Where you never complete the campaign, but all the side quests gets done, right? Rules reading are those, like, make-believe things. They are, Kissy. They are. My brain was doing a lot of jumbling together. I bet, Bubbly. Hi, Spooky Lattes. Welcome in. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. We got 9 minutes on the clock till we swap. And then I will be taking a little sit down. Then I'll be taking a little sit down, yeah? And we'll go to the desktop. And my feet will be like, thank you. Although, my fun, I don't know how well you can see them from back here. My fun slippers that have good soles in them make it much easier. Between them and the fatigue mat makes it much easier to stand here. Doing well. That's a whole lot of cookies. We got 7 more to put on that counter when I put them in the oven. This is an average day of cookies for me. I feel like I haven't baked enough cookies, to be totally honest. I am seriously considering making another batch tomorrow. Because I want them. So, you know, just a casual extra 4 dozen cookies. It's fine. It's fine. The baking grind, it really is. But I love baking. I don't really like cooking, but I really love baking. And I think it's the addiction to sugar. There's no sugar addiction to cooking. But there is to baking. I think that's probably why my brain doesn't like cooking. Because if you logically think about it, there's really not any difference between preparing your ingredients by measuring them, putting them in a bowl to mix, and then spending the time to bake them, of which I spend way more time doing, versus measuring your ingredients and chopping them up and putting them into whatever dish needs to cook them. There's really not a big difference. I just don't like cooking, but I do like baking, and I think it's because baking contains sugar, and my ADHD is like, sugar. And cooking is savory, and my ADHD is like, whatever. You know? Sugary treats that I make myself, mission success. Exactly. Yeah. I wish I could get my brain to wrap around with cooking again. I used to be okay with it. Now I just hate it. I hate it so much. So Seamus takes care of pretty much all of the cooking these days, which I appreciate immensely. Every now and then I'll get a wild hair up my ass and I will do some cooking. Every now and then. Like bless him, he made my mom's mac and cheese. But he was trying to make it creamier, and instead of milk, he used half and half. And I could taste like a sourness to it. And I think it's because of the use of half and half that it just didn't quite mesh well with the recipe that we had. So I am going, and he also, a lot of, like my mom's mac and cheese recipe, you guys, okay? I'll just read it out to you. Because it's a lot of like, you just have to know what you're looking at, kind of. What you're to expect. And that means it would be much easier for him to make it if I made it with him the first time. So, it's baked mac and cheese. It's delicious. We've got a beautiful recipe here, but you're going to notice that the measurements are a little bit funky. So the original recipe was for 4. You use 1.5 cups of elbow macaroni, 6 to 7 ounces of shredded extra sharp cheddar cheese. Try to shred it yourself because then it doesn't have the anti-caking agents. It'll melt better. Salt, pepper, and garlic to taste, and milk. Like there's no measurement on the milk. Gotta go to lurking, but good luck with the final batch. Thank you, Spooky Lattes. Enjoy your lurk. I appreciate it. And if you want to make it the way my mom did and up it to for more than 4 people, which is how you should make it because it's delicious and it tastes better the day after, you need 4 cups of elbow macaroni, which you'll notice is more than double. You need 4 cups of shredded extra sharp cheddar cheese, which is also more than double. It's like 2 bricks of cheddar cheese, okay? And then it's the same thing, salt, pepper, and garlic to taste, and milk. There's no measurement there. And Seamus looked at this and was like, what? I've been craving French dip beef sandwiches, so you order stuff to make lazy ones. Nice. Hi, Solo. Welcome in. How are you? So to make this, first you cook the elbow macaroni until almost done. So you want it just under al dente. Then you're gonna grease a pan, which you can over grease it. I highly recommend just using butter. You're gonna layer elbows and shredded cheese. For the original, you use a 1.5 quart casserole dish, which is the same size as a 9x5x3 loaf pan. But for the larger one, you use a 9x13 baking dish, which is what most of us make sheet cake, like half sheet cakes, I think it is technically, and brownies in. In a saucepan, you're going to heat 2 cups of milk. You get a measurement here, but it's not all of your milk. with salt, pepper, and garlic. Just put it right in there. Just to your heart's content. And then you're going to pour it over the mac and cheese. And then for my mom's only, which is the bigger portion, you're going to add more milk until the top layer of mac and cheese is almost covered, but not quite. Then you're going to put pats of butter on top. I'm not just pats of butter. Just slap them on there, however much butter you think you're going to need. Preheat the oven to 350 and bake for 45 to 60 minutes or until it's bubbling and the top is golden. Like, I understand why he did the best he could and it wasn't quite right because the instructions are a little vague. But that's literally the instructions I had available to me to follow. So that's the instructions I put in the book. Loaf. That word just sounded so funny to your ears today. Hey, laughter is good for the soul, Dova. We got 2.5 minutes on the clock before we swap. 2.5 minutes. But yeah, that is my favorite mac and cheese recipe, by the way. It just... The crunchy top is so good. And then the noodles absorb a lot of like the fats from both the milk and the cheese. So they get this very tender, supple quality. But then of course you have the cheese clinging around the outside. It's just so good. It's just so good. And you really, milk is fine because this is not a creamy mac and cheese. This is a baked mac and cheese. So you don't have to use anything heavier. I would recommend whole milk at the very least for more fat content than skim or 1% is going to give you. But you could use skim or 1%. And then if you wanted to use a milk substitute, I would go with oat milk because it's not going to impart a flavor. In this instance, I don't think almond milk or coconut milk would taste very good in mac and cheese. But oat milk, from what I understand, really doesn't have its own flavor. It's the closest taste-wise to cow's milk. Wonder if evaporated milk would have made it creamier than using half and half. I forget what YouTube showed that it made it creamier. It might have been. So in this instance, you cannot use evaporated milk because you are literally using the liquid of the milk to finish cooking the noodles in the oven. That's why you undercook the noodles because they're going to absorb a lot of the milk and it doesn't come out soupy. This mac and cheese is the kind that you can scoop it and it is a solid block of mac and cheese held together by the cheese. The milk is going to be completely absorbed and evaporated away. So there will not be a soupy quality to it. Which is why you don't have to worry about creaminess in this recipe. Just go with milk. Fun fact, what we call skim milk used to be given to livestock. It was not seen as something for humans to consume, which is interesting. A fun fact as well, in the same vein, sardines, it was anchovies were also thought to only be fit for livestock consumption until the world wars happened and we needed to... We needed to do something about rations. All right, I gotta take one out, put one in. Take one out, put one in. Ugh. So we're putting in the last tray, which means we're gonna go back to the desk top. Ugh. Get ready to do a little rating. I think. Probably. Add cookies. 7. There it is. Total cookie count today is 103. Lobsters used to be served to prisoners and poor people way back when. And now they're considered a delicacy. That's super fascinating. That's super fascinating, Kags. How interesting. Because now people, they go bonkers to get their hands on really good lobster. I wonder if our technique for flavor has improved with lobster or something. Because that's really interesting. That's really, really interesting. But then again, the things that rich people suddenly latch onto sometimes make no sense. Like paying $600 for platform Crocs. Why? That's not the point of Crocs. They also pay like $1,200 to have specific holes ripped in jeans and distressing done. Because the brand decided. I don't know. I don't understand these choices. I never have. I never will. And that's okay.
What the hell?
Right, Carrie? What the hell? All right. We've got 16 and a half minutes on the clock. If I'm going to sit my booty cheeks down, I'm going to need to do it. Like oysters too, the wealthy went bonkers for them back in the day and stripped many oyster beds to nothing. Oof, brutal. Brutal. All right, I'm going to take this off and turn it off and head in to be desktop Sam. So I will meet you guys in just like a couple of moments in the other room. So be right back. Okay, you should be able to hear me. You should be able to hear me. We're at the desktop. We're at the desktop. We got 15 and a half minutes on the timer. So we'll either be raiding out within that time or, you know, be chatting. One of the two. I need you to work properly. No, that's not how you work properly. That is not how you work properly. The case, fine, I won't put you there. I wanted my phone to stand up, but the case for it sometimes interrupts the wireless charging and then it just blinks at me like, I don't know what you're trying to do, lady. Apparently spiders taste like lobster or crab. Wait, what? I'm not willing to try spiders to figure that out for myself, but that's weird. That's weird. Why would they taste the same? Like that, weird. That's really weird. Right? Gags? Save. Yeah, no. There's a lot I'm willing to do. But tasting weird foods is not among the things that I'm willing to do. It's just not. Are they really related? We could ask Mathman. He has eaten some wild stuff. How lobsters and spiders are related. How are they related, Opal? How in the heck? How in the heck? That is mind-boggling to me. What? This is an interesting conversation to return to, Bubbly. A little bit. You know, sometimes that's how it goes here. Sometimes that's how it goes. We end up in these weird, interesting sort of conversations. You know, though, now that I'm sitting at my desktop, can I do this easily? No. I'll have to do it. I'll have to do it after stream. Crab and spiders are closer than lobsters and spiders. Interesting. I wouldn't have expected a crustacean and an arachnid to be close at all, you know? Especially, well, I mean, arachnids technically aren't insects, though, are they? They're all arthropods. Okay. Okay, interesting. That's so fascinating. That is so fascinating. I still don't want to eat spiders. Okay? I know there are still plenty of cultures that eat bugs and are very happy eating bugs. I do not want to eat bugs. Also, Obsbot, if you could focus on my face, I would really appreciate that. Like, focus on my hand, focus on my face. Thank you, Obsbot. That blew your mind too when you learned that, Dova. Oh my god, that's so wild. That is so wild. Like, okay. Okay. It makes you wonder how evolution branched down to end up with those two distinct things, right? Yeah, you can absolutely post a Wikipedia link, Opal. Wikipedia link about this is welcome. Appreciate it. I'm curious. I want to click on it. Okay, so they're invertebrates in the phylum Arthropoda. They possess an exoskeleton with a cuticle made of chitin, often mineralized with calcium carbonate, a body with differentiated metameric segments, and paired jointed appendages. Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't need to see that picture of arthropods because there's too many legs and that creeps me out, but that makes sense. That makes sense. Too many legs, though. Way too many legs. I was reflecting the other day about how trees are basically land coral. Yeah, kind of. Kind of. Yeah. You're not wrong there, Dova. That's a fascinating thought. That's a fascinating thought. How interesting. If you're not squeamish about odd or weird foods, I highly suggest watching Bizarre Foods. I would like to say I'm not squeamish about odd or bizarre foods, but hearing about it and watching somebody eat it are two very different things. They branch out, they provide an exchange of nutrients with their ecosystems, and they keep their biomes clean. That is very true, Dova. That is very true. You're not wrong. And they recycle the... That is also true. Corals aren't plants, though. That is a fair statement. They're living, like, obviously plants are living organisms, but they're, like, actually considered, like, a sea creature, aren't they? Colonies. Yeah. Yeah, that's fascinating. Trees are living, but yeah. Different kind of cellular makeup, basically. That's kind of how we differentiate plant life from not plant life. Comes down to that microscope level of sight. I think. Don't quote me on that. We are reaching into the way back machine of biology for me right now. Some trees hold hands via their roots and share nutrients. That's so cool, though. That's really cool. And I've heard that the smell that we love when we cut the grass is actually like a distress signal for danger that the grass is giving off from being cut, which also, again, fascinating. I don't know how anybody figures this stuff out, but I'm always fascinated by it. Always, always. Always, always, always. Man, there's a variety of people on tonight. I also don't normally, like, I usually get done right around on time for baking, but not always. Giant redwoods do this to the point of keeping an albino tree alive. How cool! I didn't know we had an albino tree available to view. That's cool as heck. That's cool as heck. Fascinating. That is so cool. Huh. You guys have like such a wealth of knowledge. Not that I don't. It had 0 chlorophyll. Yeah, that would be a death sentence for a plant. They kind of need chlorophyll. That would be like a human Being born without an intestinal tract to absorb the nutrients, like, you got nothing. You got nothing. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Oh, you guys, what are we in the mood for today? What are we in the mood for today for vibes? Do we want some Dead by Daylight? Do we want some Peak? Do we want some Resident Evil? These seem to be my main options. We got Phasmophobia available. They also rely on mist from the ocean to get water to the tops of the trees because they can't raise it that high. Oh, interesting. Robin Wall Kimmerer has an incredible book I'm reading called The Serviceberry. It's about how nature is about a gift economy and shared so all can grow together, which is amazing. Small redwoods can grow on the... What? They can grow on the branches of much larger trees? That is impressive. Can you imagine treeception, a tree growing on a tree? Wild. I wonder what our ancestors must have thought looking at those. They must have thought it was magic, like witchcraft or something. Right? Like, that would be so bizarre. That would be so bizarre. Oh, where do I want to bring you guys? So many options. So little decision making. Also, it's really cold in here because I forgot to bump the thermostat like a silly head. It's been a little bit since I had to worry about that. It's been a little bit. Speaking of magic, Dova is so excited today. I finally have a smaller table of a proper ancestor altar. Dova, that's fantastic. The branches can be large enough to collect the ingredients for soil. Dang. Dang, that's impressive. That's impressive. Where to take you guys? So I got 4.5 minutes on the clock before I have to take cookies out of oven. Before I have to take cookies out of oven. You are welcome to post another wiki link. You are welcome to. I'm mainly trying to also get us rated out because I don't want to hit another ad break and then feel like I need to go extra long to not make you guys sit through ads for like 5 extra minutes, you know? Oh, you can see in the picture the trees growing on the trees. That's friggin' awesome. That's friggin' awesome, Opal. How cool. How interesting. Opal is like the librarian dragon. It is true. It is true. Trees are one of your special interests. I love this. I love this. Maybe we could try to make a new friend today because I feel like all of my friends are playing really not as vibey games. There's 2 dragons in chat. There's 2 dragons instead of just 1. Let's see. Who else? I think this is in the IRL categories. Where's the food and drink? Maybe it's in creative? It is in creative. Let's see who else is on doing stuff and things. Ooh. We're making milk and dark chocolate peanut butter cups today. Dog food, dog treats, and human dinner. I don't know what you're making. Fortnite with friends, cooking live. Okay. There's, you know, the typical line things. I'm really interested, though, in this milk and dark chocolate. Let me pop this tab open. Everybody is on that RE9 train. It is true, Light Wraith. It is true. I'm gonna give a little listen here. Professional voice actor and a variety streamer. Okay, interesting. I want to just make sure I'm not taking you guys to a not as fun place, right? They're all better. Perfect. You know what? We'll give this person a try. They're called the Phildill. They're called the Phildill. Let's go and see how he's doing with his milk and dark chocolate peanut butter cups. He's about 2 hours in. I don't know how much he's gotten done or has left to go, but we're going to give it a try. So you guys, if you're not already, get your booty in the Discord, because the Discord is where you have all of my recipes, where we have the most up-to-date schedule and whatnot. We chat, we hang out. Like, it's a good place. It's a good place. So you should get in the Discord. It looks like the timer was just about to reset. If you're not already, you can follow me on social media. You're welcome, Dova. I'm happy that you guys were here. Highly recommend. I got a little slack, but oh, I have to go take cookies out of the oven. Be right back. Okay, my brain just completely has started the shutdown process. I'm getting back to updating the social media, so there will be fun stuff on there. If you are subscribed, you can use the first raid message with the mandalas. If you're not, then the second one with the hearts is for you. Thank you guys for being here, for chatting, rating, subscribing, resubscribing, throwing bits, following, lurking, like however you chose to be here. However you chose to support, you did, and that means a lot to me. You're welcome, Kissy. You have a great night as well, Opal. Thank you again, Light Wraith, for the raid. Let's take all of this wonderfulness on over to the Phildill and, you know, see if we have a new place we can hang out for cooking and streams and stuff. You guys, make sure you have a great evening. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, unless it's already Monday for you, in which case I hope you have a good Monday. But in the meantime, make sure you take a moment to practice some self-care. Look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself that you love you, because you matter, friends. Thank you again. Bye!